Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Fell in Love with Trihexa The Apocalyptic Beast movie. Before we start, please go support SavageUmbra for writing that awesome fanfic. Issei Hyoudou manages to calm down and befriend the Apocalyptic Beast Trihexa. How much further will their bond go? This story will upend the main plot of the story heavily. And I won't be using standard honorfics as I find them confusing. Issei x Trihexa. Befriending the Beast. Issei is 5 and knows Irina is a girl. Issei POV. Empty. That's why I feel as my only friend Irina just left for England. I look down the road to see her dad's car drive away and turn a corner. My mom puts a hand on my shoulder as I look down at the ground. She gives me a small shake as she picks me up and takes me somewhere. I don't focus on where she's taking me as I look in the direction of where Irina went. I get poked in the cheek by Mom as she puts me down to show we are at the park. Issei, I know Irina meant a lot to you, but you need to make more friends. I don't want you to get lonely, she says as I look to see 5 kids playing. I turn to see that Mom has go to sit by a bench talking to some of the kids' parents. Sighing, I go and try to make friends with the other kids. As usual. The moment I come close, they look slightly nervous just by me being near. I go to the empty swing and the boy on the one next to me comes off and backs away to the others. I sigh as I just sit there slowly rocking back and forth as the others take quick looks at me. Soon one of the girls comes up to me, albeit slowly. We were about to play hide and seek and we were wondering if you would like to join, she says, though holding her tongue as I look at her with surprise. Yeah, sure, I say, slightly surprised as I join the others in the game with me being first seeker. Turning around after counting, I spot 2 kids hiding in a bush. I go up to them and tap them on the shoulder only for the girl to fall to the fall scared. The other one with her press themselves against a rock. From here I see the others and quickly find them getting similar reactions. They all huddle up as I hear faint whispers and mumbles. He's like that girl with the weird eyes over there, I hear quietly, and turn to see a girl with ebony hair reaching her back standing still looking at the ground. I go up to her and tap her shoulder. You okay? I ask as she turns around, showing her eyes to be blood red with golden flecks in them. Her face shows absolutely nothing as she looks at me. You're not afraid? She asks in what I can only guess is confusion. Yeah, should I say as she then looked to see the other kids looking over at us in shock and fear. They are, you should also, she replies, which gets a chuckle from me. Well, I'm not. My name's Issei. I introduce myself and put my hand out. She looks at it and grabs it. Trihexa, she states, and I rub the back of my head. So you want to play something? I ask, and she tilts her head in a cute way. What is playing? She asks, which shocks me. Hearing calls behind me, I see the other kids running to their parents as Mom comes to me. Issei, sweetie, we need to go, it's about to rain, she says as I look to see a rain cloud. Hexa, where is your family? I say, and once again she looks at me. What is family? She asks, and this time Mom is shocked. You don't know what family is? What about home? Mom asks, worried, to which she gets a shake of the head. Mom's face changes into a sorrowful one as she picks up the girl and takes us to the car. I get in and she beckons for Trihexa to follow as she then sits next to me. I help her buckle up and Mom take me and Trihexa to my home. Mom, why did we take Trihexa with us? I ask, and Mom responds, not looking away from the road. No child deserves to live alone with no family or home, she says, but I notice Trihexa looking down at the ground. I do, she says quietly, which I just barely hear. No, you don't, you can stay with us, I say, causing Trihexa to look at me. She stares into my eyes as I look into hers. It is here I felt something which I never felt before. I lean closer and hug the girl, which makes her tense, but she then slowly hugs back. The car then stops, and we all get out as the rain hits hard as I guide Trihexa inside. Once in, I take my shoes off, which both Mom and Trihexa do, and I drag the stunned girl to the couch. Mom goes into the kitchen as I begin talking with Trihexa. I stop when I can hear Mom coming back with glasses of water for all of us. Trihexa takes it slowly and drinks it as she stares into the cup. So, Trihexa, was it? Why are you alone? Mom asks as the girl looks at her. I always was, someone kept me away from everyone, she says, putting her cup down, which puts a sad smile on Mom's face. Well, you're not alone anymore, I'll be with you, Hexa. I say, calling her a nickname I came up with. Why? Hexa asks as I smile at her. 'Cause we're friends. That's what friends do. She look at me, I can see her lips curve into a small smile. Friend, I have a friend, she says quietly. She begins to giggle as she rocks back and forth on the couch. I have a friend, she yells and jumps at me and hugs me with a death grip. Hexa can't breathe, I say in a hurting voice as she lets go and hugs me softer. I smile and pat her on the head, knowing that both of us have gained a new friend. Meeting the supernatural. Time except 1 week. The next week went by quick now that I had Trihexa as a friend. It also showed me that even though she keeps it hidden from others, she in fact does show emotion like happiness. I wanted to make her feel like she was wanted, and for the most part, it was working. I'm currently sitting in my room watching Trihexa play a video game on the Xbox in my room with a look of joy etched on her face. Smiling, I lie back on the bed and close my eyes, thinking of what is to come when I fall asleep. Dreamscape. I open my eyes to see I'm in a completely empty space. Nothing is in sight as I look around to try and find something. Then a ring of fire appears around me as it makes me cover my eyes from the bright flame. Then large thuds can be heard from the other side of the fire, as 2 green glowing eyes stare at me from the other side. So this is my new host? A deep feminine voice calls out to me as I stare at the green eyes. Who's there? I call out, slightly worried, as a chuckle is heard coming from the fire. Then from the fire a red dragon walks out, looking at me with intrigue on its face. My name is Drake, the Red Dragon Empress, and you, Issei, you're my new partner, she says as I take a step back in awe. Nice to meet you, Drake, I say calmly as she brings her head down to look at me. You're taking this well, better than most of the other users, she says, which makes me rub my neck. Drake then tells me about the supernatural, sacred gears and the Great War, which put her into the sacred gear much like her rival Albion. She then tells me what my sacred gear can do, and then straightens her back. Partner, from this point on I am going to train you here every time you fall asleep. However, I do suggest doing some training in the real world, as it will be hard to explain you getting stronger, the dragoness states as I nod, quite excited for this. Reason. I can protect Trihexa from others and keep her safe. Seems like you're waking up. See you on the other side, partner finishes as a white light fills me eyes. Real world. I wake up to see Trihexa shaking me with a happy look on her face. Issei, I did it, she yells out, obviously excited, as I look over to the screen to see that she has in fact completed that game. Good job, Hexa, I say, patting her head as her smile increases. It is at that point where a green light pops up on my left hand. Partner, stop, Drake yells, which catches me off guard as Trihexa looks at my hand. Drake, what's wrong? I ask, and I get a response I didn't expect. Me, I'm what's wrong? Hexa says with a sad look on her face, which makes me hug her. I don't care, you're my friend, Hexa. I won't let anyone change that, I say, WDO her whilst rubbing her back. My shoulder then gets wet as Trihexa cries into it. I look at my left hand with confusion. Drake, what was that about? I ask, and Drake responds, the light glowing brighter. The girl you're hugging is known as the Apocalyptic Beast, 666. Known only to destroy everything in sight. Its power on par with strongest beings to ever exist, she explains, which makes me tighten my hold of her. Well, now she is my friend, I say, which gets Drake to sigh. Which is what I'm trying to understand. Trihexa, how did you escape God's seal? I don't know, I just opened my eyes to see me in a park with Issei. I feel Trihexa move slightly as I look her in the eyes. I don't care that you are what you are. I just learned I have the power of a dragon. I'll be there to protect you from any who want to harm you, I say with a determined look on my face as Trihexa hugs me again. Time skip 1 month. Over the next month, Drake trained me in my mind whilst I did some training out in the real world. Trihexa even joined me on my training sessions as she was worried about me. Mom had unofficially adopted Trihexa as she put her into school with my surname, much to my enjoyment that my friend/sister is with me. Neither of us got along with other kids as they would be, scared of us due to my power as the new Red Dragon Emperor, and Trihexa because of her own power, but we still had fun with just the two of us. Right now I'm sitting in the main room playing Smash Brothers with Trihexa when I hear the front door open. I put my controller down and motion for Trihexa to do the same as Mom goes to the door. As she opens it, a beam of light goes through her stomach as blood leaks out. She stumbles back, revealing a man in a black robe with elf-like ears and red eyes. "Mom," I yell as I try and run to her as he throws another light spear into my shoulder, sending me to the floor. "Well now, it seems that the apocalyptic beast tried to be normal, as if a monster like you could fit in with humans. Don't make me laugh," he says with a dark chuckle as he walks to Trihexa. He goes to grab her but is instantly launched back and out the door by Trihexa, releasing a blast of destructive force. I get to my feet and stumble to Mom, who is leaning against the door. I take her to center of the room and lie her down with tears staining my face. "Mom, please," I call out as she turns her head weakly to face me. "Issei, sweetie, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you," she says softly and reaches for my cheek. Don't go. I hear Trihexa day as she puts her hands on the hole in Mom's chest. "Hexa, keep my baby boy safe for me." "Do what I couldn't?" she asks as Trihexa nods. "Yes, Mom," she calls out, which makes Mom smile before she rests her head in the floor and closes her eyes forever. I shake her shoulder with tears flowing freely out of my eyes. Mom! I yell as Trihexa comes behind me and hugs me with tears of her own. "I am sorry," she stutters out as the guy from before barges in. I look at him with rage in my eyes as I look at my left hand. "Oh, this is Rich the Apocalyptic Beast crying over a pathetic human. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Soon you will be my instrument of war and no one will estio." He starts to speak with a manic grin, but a red flash cuts him off. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker Drag yelling is the last thing I see before blacking out. I wake up to see I am in a bed. My bed. I sit up feeling sore and notices bandages on my left shoulder. "What happened?" I say to myself as Drake speaks. "You activated Balance Breaker, a technique which I didn't expect you to use for another few months, years even. Then Trihexa brought you here," the assuring female voice of Drake explains as I look around. "Issei," I hear yelled as Trihexa pounces on me and hold me close, never wanting to let go. I can feel her crying into my shoulder as I sit there. She pulls away from me and looks me straight in the eyes. "I'm sorry," she says with tears running freely down her face. I put a hand to her cheek and wipe away her tears. "I don't blame you. I will never blame you. Trihexa, if I hate you then both of us would be alone," I say as she looks away. "But Mom died because of me," she mutters, but I grab her by the sides of the head and make her look at me. "No, she died because of him," I say with hatred imbued in my voice just thinking of him. "Kokabeel," she says with a similar face though much stronger. "That was Kokabeel, a fallen angel," she states as I swing my legs off the bed and stand up. I go over to the window and open it. Taking a deep breath, I look to the full moon out. "We'll get him, we'll make him pay," I say as Trihexa comes next to me. She tests her head on my shoulder and hugs my side as I hear her purring. I don't question it as we stare out into the darkness. The fated meetup. Time skip to Season 1. It has been 12 years since the incident, and lots of changes have happened. For starters, I can now use Balance Breaker fully for almost a full month if I needed to. Trihexa even taught me her magic, which we both decided to name Apocalypse Magic due to the high level of damage the spells can do. I also helped Trihexa become more attuned with human emotion and custom. She also has insisted I call her Hexa as it sounds less formal than her full name. She is still an airhead, but she can now understand most emotions. I managed to get a few bounties for different factions for money and won some martial arts tournaments. Over the years, both of us had changed greatly since the incident. I for one have become 60% dragon, and my eyes became an emerald green. Streaks of my hair became red from Drake's power, and my teeth are sharper. My body has developed a good amount of muscle, but not enough where it looks out of place or excessive. As for Hexa, well, she went from a cute girl to a bloody model, though she hides some features like her snake tongue that she refuses to cover up with magic and her sharper teeth. Around a year ago we got enrolled into Co-Academy, a former all-girls school until recent. Almost instantly, the girls swarmed me asking me if I was single, with Trihexa prying them off me. With the many cases of me dealing with the perverted duo looking at my friend as well as my hair and undershirt, I got known as the Red King of Co, whilst Hexa was admired as one of the great ladies, including 2 others. Both of us were asked out many a time, but every single one was declined. Some even speculated that we liked each other with how much we hang out. No, that's not true, is it? Issei, you okay? Hexa says next to me, shaking me out of my thoughts. Yeah, just reminiscing, I say, quickly giving her a quick smile which gets a sigh from her. We're sat underneath the tree in the courtyard of Co-Academy, as we normally get hounded by everyone. So, any thoughts on clubs? I say, which she shrugs. None of them seem too interesting, well, except for the Occult Research Club for obvious reasons. She comments, making me chuckle, as we both know it is a ploy. The moment we both walked into Co-Academy, we were made aware of multiple devils in the school, with it increasing when this year started. The ORC wasn't hiding it from anyone, considering that its president was Rias. The student council were better, but we quickly pieced together Sauna Shirtorai was Sona Citri. Our relaxing ended as from a window in the old school building we see Miss Gremery walk by, looking at us as we stared back. Bet you she's wanting to make us part of her cult, Hexa says with a smirk. Oh, come on, be nice. I reprimand her with a light punch to the shoulder, nudging her. The day went on as usual, though I now felt as though I'm being watched. You too, a devil is stalking us, Drake alerts us in our heads using a mental link as both of us made our way back home. We decide to stop at a bridge and look upon the sunset, which Hexa found calming. I rub her shoulder as she leans on me when we get interrupted. Excuse me, are you Issei Hyoudou? A girl says, wearing an unfamiliar school uniform whilst radiating false intent. Issei, Hexa, she's a fallen, Drake says once again as we thank her and continue. Yes, I am. What is it? I ask, and she looks away with a blush. Well, I was wondering if I could be your girlfriend, she says as Hexa them stares her down. Okay, hold on. We barely know each other. I don't even know your name, I say, trying to ring everyone in as Hexa looks at her with that look. The one that screams, I'll rip your spine out of your throat and shove it back in the other way, you skank. The girl then took a step back, either surprised at my response or afraid of Hexa's glare. Sorry, I'm Yuma Amano. I know I'm coming off as desperate, but I really meant it, she says, and I think for a moment before coming to a conclusion. Okay, how about this? Tomorrow you come over to my place and we get to know each other better, then I can come to a decision, I ask, and she nods with a smile on her face. I give her a note with my address and she bows. Thank you, I'll be at yours by 4, she says, running off. I sigh, turning to face a pouting Hexa. I put my hands on her shoulders and make her face me. Hey, don't look like that, it doesn't suit you, I say, and she looks away with a slight blush on her face, tongue coming out by accident, which makes her cover her mouth. We make it home and Drake then splits from my body. Thanks to Hexa's magic, we manage to allow Drake the ability to come to the real world for a brief period, though she isn't at her peak strength. Instead, her strength is equal to mine, which by Drake's assumptions is somewhere between high-level dragon and dragon king. When this happened, Drake actually cried, shocking both of us. Since then she sees us as younger siblings and treats us as such. Only drawback is she needs to remain close to me to keep herself anchored, which ends up with Drake sleeping with me when she exits the gear. As the light fades, Drake human form shows up on my left. She has green eyes. After a basic stretch, she looks at us with a serious expression. So, you're being followed by both devil and fallen, this will go well, she states with sarcasm dripping in her voice. I take off my blazer and crash on the couch as Drake sits next to me. Yeah, I guess it's about time since we involved ourselves more in the supernatural, I say as Hexa brings us all some coffee, as we prefer that to tea. Hexa sets the mugs down and sits on my right. I have an idea why the devils, but not her, she says with a growl, thinking about the fallen. I put a hand on her shoulder in an attempt to calm her down. She's probably trying to kill me for my sacred gear. Not that I will let that happen, I say, which helps her calm down slightly. Drake chuckles slightly and leans back in the couch drinking her coffee until something makes her face contort into a scowl. He's here, she says, her emerald eyes glowing with power. That white-feathered bastard thinks her can just come here. Oh no. I'm going to rip off his arms and force-feed them to him, she says as we stare at her in shock. Never before have we seen her like this. I'm going to guess she detected Albion, Hexa says, slightly worried knowing what may happen. I think so, I remark and follow Drake as she marches to the door. I grab her arm before she leaves and bring her into a hug. Hey, it's okay, he won't try anything, I say, but that doesn't stop her from wrenching her arm away and nearly blasting the door open if not for Hexa and I grabbing her and yanking back to the couch. I look the raging dragoness in the eyes and only see hatred, rage and the sliver of sadness as she tries to get away from us. Drake, calm down. Listen to us, Hexa says, worried for her as she begins to calm down. You don't get it, he has to pay for what he did to me, she yells with years of anger and sadness threatening to leak from her eyes. I pull her into a hug which catches Drake off guard, but she relents and cries openly into my shoulder. What did he do to make you harbor such hatred? I say, and she looked me in the eyes. He killed my mate, right in front of me, she says, trying to rein herself in but failing, which makes me hold her tighter as Drake cries harder into my shoulder. Hexa sits on her right and joins the embrace. Drake, we'll be here for you not as partners but as family, she says, trying to help soothe the dragoness. Hearing this, Drake gives up and sobs, holding the two of us in her tight grip. Minutes pass as Drake cling close to both me and Hexa. Thank you, both of you, for everything, she says, gaining a small smile and wiping away her tears. A knock on the door interrupts us from going further as I approach the door. Opening it reveals a girl with silver hair and light blue eyes. When I looked at her, I could see shock and surprise in her eyes as she most likely detected my aura. Can I help you? I ask, and she takes a deep breath. Hello, rival, she says, refusing to look me in the eyes. I look at her right arm with a glare as Hexa, after hearing this, tries to keep Drake calm. Let me at him, she yells, making the girl flinch in fear, which I take note of. You know, for the host of the White Dragon Emperor, you don't seem that powerful, I say with a raised eyebrow. Then again, I live with a primordial being capable of destroying everything if she so pleases, but whatever, I continue casually. See, could I come in for a second? She says, and as I'm moving a bit, allowing her entry. Shutting the door behind us, she goes to sit on the couch furthest away from Drake as she glares at my supposed rival. I stand in front of her, arms crossed, as I get a read of her power based on her mannerisms and aura. So I guess it would be wise to know each other. Issei Hyoudou, I say, putting my hand out. She hesitates but takes my hand. Vala el Lucifer, she says, which piques my interest. Not only are you my rival, but you're also a Lucifer. This will be interesting. Now what are you doing here? I demand, making her flinch. She doesn't respond, instead looking at the ground, clenching her fists. After a few seconds, she looks up at me with a pleading look in her eyes. Please train me, she says, quickly catching me off guard. Growling can bear heard as Drake then gets out of Hexa's grip. Why should we help you? That pompous white prick not enough for you? She yells at Vala, who instantly backpedals, falling off the couch. Near instantly, she's backed herself against a wall, absolutely terrified. Drake's reactions isn't surprising, raising her eyebrows in confusion, which is the same for myself and Hexa. I squat down right in front of Vala, who looks at me whilst hyperventilating, tears welling the corners of her eyes. Holding my left hand out, she hesitantly takes it and gets up, albeit shakily. Backing off to give her some breathing room, I notice her glaring at her right hand. Albion won't help me, calling me weak and a waste of time training, she says with tears in her eyes. I want to get stronger so I can prove him wrong, so I can prove to myself I'm not worthless, she says as I sigh. Going next to her, I put a hand on her shoulder, which makes her flinch. Something tells me that isn't the full truth. Someone hurt you, and I'm guessing it is a member of your family, specifically the devil's side, I say, and she slowly nods. Hexa looks from me to her, and I nod at her as she walks up to Vala and hugs her from behind. You're alone, aren't you? Just making it through to the next day alive, she says as Vala doesn't move. You're not alone in that regard. I was like that. Alone with no one willing to help me. That is until I met Issei. She continues as Drake watches with softening eyes. We'll help you conquer your fear and strengthen your body. You just need to trust us. She finishes as Vala looks at her tears now staining her cheeks. Thank you so much. I don't even know you yet, I'm in your debt. The crying devil speaks. Hexa giggles knowing that this will be interesting. Oh, I'm Trihexa, the Apocalyptic Beast 666, she says calmly as Vala's eyes widen. And that is Drake. Hexa points to the silent dragon who is watching us. Vala look at me pointing to Drake and visibly paling. Long story short, she can leave the sacred gear for a buy. I explain briefly as she nods, not taking her eyes off of Drake. Looking at the devil in front of me, I begin. Alright Vala, we'll train you. Just be warned that this will be slow and it is going to be an absolute hell for you. I state as Vala looks me in the eyes before taking a deep breath. I'm ready, she says, and I smile. Good, I assume you have nowhere to stay as of yet. I inquire as she shakes her head in response. There is a spare bedroom upstairs, second door on the left. After training tomorrow, we'll take you to get some clothes and other necessities, I say, and she nods and goes upstairs. Drake comes up next to me and I look her in the eyes. Look, I know you're not happy about this, but you saw her, I say, and the dragoness sighs. I know, that's the main reason I haven't smashed her to paste. The pain and fear in her eyes are immense. I would say it is much higher than yours. From she trails off before she finishes, but I know what she meant. Another reason for helping her. I also wanted to aid her as one of her goals is to prove Albion wrong, so what better way to rile him up is to ask your rival for aid, I say as we start heading upstairs with Trihexa catching up. The thought of her being like that, I was treated like a monster, but I would have lost all hope if you or Mom did anything like that to me, Trihexa comments as I go into my room, the others following. I had to cast a spell on my room and increase the size of it so that it was big enough for a larger bed. Reason being is that Trihexa got jealous of Drake sleeping with me, so she decided to do it as well. The girls walk into the end suite I added to get changed as I look out the window. Sighing, I take off my shirt, leaving me bare-chested, and lie down in the center of the bed. I close my eyes about to fall asleep when I feel two different weights on my body. Looking, I see both girls in nightwear hugging my arm and resting their heads on my chest. I sigh and close my eyes, allowing sleep to take me. Training the rookie and the fallen. It is safe to say that Vala hasn't had any proper training as she's collapsed right in front of me. I can't feel my legs, she moans as I roll my eyes. You'll get used to it. Now get up, you're not done, I say sharply as the devil groans, getting back up and continuing her laps. Wow, she really is a rookie, isn't she? Hexa says to Drake, who sits next to her drinking some orange juice. Not my fault she's like this, Drake says as I approach. Well, she did draw short straw after short straw. She probably never had a chance to train, too busy focusing on survival and whatnot, I say, sitting next to my partner. At least her devil heritage gave her a stronger body than most, Hexa says, getting grunt from the dragoness. Still angry at the cracker? I ask, getting a small smirk from her. The thought of being near him after all he's done or what he hasn't done leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Also, I'm taking that insult, she says as Vala finishes her laps and collapses. I sigh and kneel down next to her. Alright, take a few minutes to rest, then we'll continue, I say, holding out a water bottle. Vala then gets up slowly and takes the water from me without a word. She drinks a quarter of the bottle before thanking me and sitting next to Hexa. I know it's hard, Vala, but Issei went through something similar, Hexa says as I shrug, getting a chuckle from Drake. I'd say he got it worse because not only did he train outside, but I was his trainer in his sleep, she remarks, smirking as she glances at Vala's hand. Hear that, cracker? I'm better than you stupid son of a bitch, she yells, which makes us all laugh bar Vala, who nervously rubs the back of her head. Drake then looks at said girl and sighs. Vala, I know my actions last night were uncalled for. I want to apologize. I let my anger get the best of me. Again, she says, looking down, which makes Vala chuckle. It's alright, I get it. You're angry at Albion. If he did that to me, I would be as well, she says as she looks down at her hand. Speaking of him, he talked again, she says, getting our attention. Oh, and what did he say? I ask, my interest piqued. She looks at her hand and clenches it. He said that I made the worst decision of my pitiful existence, and has given me a timer, she says solemnly. Timer for what? Hexa asks, worried. I have 1 month to unlock Balance Breaker, otherwise he's going to forcibly leave my body, killing me in the process, she says, looking down, shocking us immensely. Drake then does something I never expected from her. She goes to Vala and brings her into a hug. You didn't make the wrong choice. We'll help you as best we can, but you need to put in the effort, okay? She says, comforting the distraught devil as she brushes her silver hair behind her ear. I get up and stretch, looking at Vala with a new seriousness. Vala, since we now have a goal and a timer for you, we're no longer gonna pull any punches. We'll get you to Balance Breaker, be certain of that, I say, getting a nod from Vala as she stands up. Yes, sir, she says, which gets a smile from me. For the next 3 hours I push her to her limits, suicide drills, weights, laps, and evasion tests. By the end of it she is sweating with near no stamina left in her. I tap her shoulder as she looks me in the eyes. That'll do for now, we'll continue this later. Go have a shower, I say as she tries to argue. But I need to get stronger now, I don't want to die yet, she says, but she gets interrupted by Drake. Vala, whilst I admire your tenacity, Issei is right. You can't even stand up straight. Just because we have a timer doesn't mean you shouldn't relax. Rome wasn't built in a day. I should know I helped. Drake explains to the eager devil, who looks down and nods before walking inside. She'll make it. I know she will. She's got a fire in her eyes similar to the one I saw in you all those years ago, Drake says to me before going back into the sacred gear to rest. Hexa comes up next to me as I rub my brows. The more I hear his name, the more I hate Albion. It might be like him eventually, I say to Hexa, who nods in agreement. Hey, she'll make it. You can help her body and physique whilst I do her mind and magic, she says, which makes me smile. Thanks, Hexa, what would I be without you? I ask rhetorically, but I get an answer. Probably a pervert, like those two at school, she says as she comes next to me. We close the gap and embrace each other, staring into one another's eyes before Vala calls out from inside. Issei, the door. We both blush and look away as I run inside to the front door. Looking at the time, I see it is 4 and facepalm. Ah shit, I say and open the door, revealing Yuma in front of me. Yuma, come in, I say as said girl walks in and looks around. Thanks, nice place you got here, she says, which I shrug to. Can I offer you something to drink? I ask as Hexa comes into view, seeing Yuma. Tea if it's alright, she asks, looking at Hexa as I shake my head. By right back, Hexa, be nice, I say as I walk into the kitchen. What you expecting when you go back? Drake asks in my mind, which makes me shrug. Knowing Hexa, anything really. After that talk with Azazel this morning, it seems that they have a spy in place amongst the other fallen here, so she may try to see if it's her. I reply, finishing off the drinks, and walk back to see Hexa and Yuma chatting like they've known each other for years. Okay, what did I miss? I ask and both giggle. We just got to know each other a bit, and confirm some suspicions, right, Ray? She retorts as Yuma puts her hands up. In a flash of purple, in place of Yuma is a mature woman with similar looks to the disguise before. In the date outfit. Seeing the woman on my couch, I sigh. You know, I realize why you seemed so familiar. Rainier, how you been? I ask, handing her the cup as Rainier smirks before taking a sip. Oh, you know, trying to get by. Surprised you didn't catch on earlier, she retorts, which makes me roll my eyes. Whatever, mistress of deception, I throw back as we all laugh. It is at this point that Vala comes down and sees us. What's going on? She says, but stops when she sees Rainier. Are Ray? She says, surprised as Ray leans back in equal shock. The Vala? She retorts and immediately hugs the devil. Hexa and I sit back in confusion as this plays out. They then both sit down, and I look between the two. Vala, how do you know Rainier? I ask, and she nervously chuckles. Well, after I ran away from my real family, I was found by Azazel, who took me in as his own daughter. I met Ray a few days later, and we became friends, she says, and Rainier then speaks. Vala, where did you go? You had the entire Grigori looking for you, Rainier asks. I then look at Vala. Wait, you're the reason the Grigori got turned upside down by a frantic and worried Azazel? I ask, and I get a nod from the Lucifer. All I remember is waking up in the middle of nowhere with a fallen angel looking down at me saying I'm no longer wanted, and then they left. She says, looking down as I narrow my brows. Anything about this fallen you vividly remember? Hexa asks, and she nods. Red eyes, is all she says as we all look down. Only one fallen angel has red eyes, Hexa and Ray say darkly as I take out a notebook and begin writing. What are you doing? Vala asks, and Hexa speaks up. The person who left you there was Kokabeel. He also killed Issei's mother, so he now keeps track of every reason as to why Kokabeel deserves death, Hexa says as I finish writing. It also helps that he's now a confirmed rogue asset with a kill-on-sight order on his head. Rainer mentions, which gets a dark grin from myself and Hexa, ours eyes now slots and Hexa's tongue showing. Hexa then gets a hold of herself and looks at Ray. So I guess you're the spy Azazel warned us about. Hexa speaks, knocking me to my senses and getting a nod from Rainer. Bingo, and what they're planning is big, she says, giving me a file. They're working under him, so they're now considered rogues. Also, speaking of him, we got reports that he's stolen Excalibur fragments and is bringing them here, she says as I put everything together. Ah, shit, I say out loud as I look at both women in front of me. This will lure the church to Ko, which will rile up the devils, I say as Hexa continues. One's present being related to overprotective devil kings. Rainer's and Vala's eyes widen as they lean back. He's going to start another great war, Vala says as we nod. Rainer gets up and stretches. Well, I'd best inform Azazel of this. If a great war might be on the horizon, he needs to be informed, she says, and I nod. Ray, keep Vala a secret, will ya? Want to surprise him later on, I say as the fallen nods before going to the door, reverting to Yuma. See ya later, she calls out as she closes the door and leaves. This has just got a whole lot more interesting, Hexa says as we both nod in agreement. Vala, for now focus on your training. Hexa here will help with magic. Leave him to me, whilst by name it is devil territory. Azazel and the Shinto faction know that I hold dominion over Ko, I say as she nods. Good, Hexa. Take Vala out shopping for some clothes and whatnot. I'll start on dinner, I say as we go our separate ways for the rest of the day. Eternal embrace. Monday rolls in quick and I'm now sitting in class with Hexa next to me. Whilst it may look like I'm focusing, in reality I'm creating a new regiment for Vala. Since her telling me she's on borrowed time, my focus has been making sure she unlocks her balance breaker. I continue staring at the sheet of paper when I feel a hand on my shoulder. Looking up, I see Hexa there with a small smile. You alright? She asks, and I look the other way. I wish I could say that, can't help but worry for Vala, I say whilst looking out the window. Don't worry, it has only been 2 days and she made good progress. Hexa reasons, which are completely true. Even without a single day's worth of training, she has subverted my expectations, proving to me she is stronger than she believes. I know, but I can't help but think of what if she doesn't. I'd have let her down, I say, and Hexa sighs. I understand, I worry for her. But right now we need to have faith that she will prove our worries wrong, Hexa says as I nod. Hexa then gets out of her seat and grabs her bag. Come on, let's get something to eat quick, she says as we head off to our usual spot to eat. As we sit down, I notice that nearby a girl with a black ponytail is sneakily watching us. Her purple eyes and black hair remind me of Rainer's, but something feels off with her. Hexa, the girl over there, who is she? I ask Hexa as she notices the girl. Even though we have been to this school for a year, I couldn't tell you. What I do know is she is a devil under the gremry, he says, and I nod. Notice her eyes, they're purple like rays, I point out, and Hexa pauses. You think she might be a fallen? Hexa asks, and I nod. I'm gonna ask around, be right back, I say as I stand up to go to the nearest crowd. Hey, Murayama, I call out to the girl from my class as she comes to me. Issei, what is it? I point at the girl and ask. Hate to bother, but who is she? I don't recognize her. Murayama gasps in surprise as she takes a step back, as does her group. She's one of the great ladies Akino Himejima. The moment that name was said, my mind went reeling as I processed that info. Thank you, Murayama, sorry to bother you, I say and walk back. Well, that was interesting, I say to Hexa as she looks at me. Got anything? Hexa asks as Akino gets up and walks to the ORC. I got a name, Akino Himejima, I say and Hexa's eyes widen. Isn't that? Hexa says, but I quieten her. Yeah, Baraquil's daughter. The next question is, why is she a devil? I say quietly as the day goes on. During the rest of class, my thoughts go to the first time we met. Flashback years ago. Me and Hexa had stumbled across a shrine, so she took me there curious as to what it is. As we got close, we heard talking as we saw a family sat on the floor chatting away. It consisted of 3 people, all with black hair. The youngest of which a girl around our age, as they sit there enjoying themselves. The action hurts my heart as Hexa tries to move us away, but we get seen. Hello, are you two alright? The woman says as the father and daughter stay a bit behind. Why, yeah, just wandering around for something to do, I say as I put on a small smile, but it still conveys sadness. Something is wrong, I know it, she says as she grabs our hands and drags us to the others. She puts us in front of their daughter as she talks to the large man. Hi, I'm Issei Hyoudou. This is Hexa, I say, and she five a small smile. Hello, I'm Akino Himejima, she says as we start talking before she stands up and touches me on the nose. Tag, you're it, she says before running off with Hexa doing so as well. With a smile I join in as we run around the woodland as Akino's parents watch with smiles. End flashback. Looks like I finally found you, I say as the door opens revealing none other than Kibayuto. Issei, Hexa. I've been asked to escort you both to the ORC, he says in a formal tone as I sigh, grabbing my stuff as Hexa follows suite. On the way I look at Hexa and nod, who just smiles as we approach the old school building. As we enter, it is obvious that we may be walking into a trap as he opens a door revealing a largish room with a coffee table, sofas and a desk. President, I brought them, kinda announces as I see a white-haired girl on one of the couches, this being none other than the infamous Kaneko Tuju, Koa's apparent mascot. I go to one of the couches and stand up behind it, my hands resting on top. Soft giggling can be heard as Akino comes from the same door we entered. Well, seems someone is tense, she teases, directed at me. Well, not every day you get invited into such an elusive place like this, I say right back at her. Ooh, a feisty one, Akino Himejima, she says as I bow, taking her hand. Issei Hyoudou, a pleasure, I reply, getting another set of chuckle form the fallen hybrid in front of me. Hexa has already taken a liking to Kaneko, both sitting next to each other sharing sweets. The sound of water running stops me as I hear the faint noise of a shower. I'm guessing your president is the one in the shower, odd that there is one in here, I point out as the water stops. Out of the doorway the sound was coming comes out a dressed Rias Gremory, drying her hair. Sorry for the wait, I thought I could have a quick shower before this, she announces as I shrug. She gestures for me to take a seat, which I do so, although hesitantly. So, Miss Gremory, can I ask why me and my friend are here? I ask as Gremory sits down at the desk and looks at me. Simple, I was wondering if you could inform me of what you are, both of you, she asks, and my eye narrows slightly. What do you mean, Miss Gremory? We're all human here, Hexa says with a false look of confusion on her face. Then explain why you don't feel human, or at least fully human? She says more towards me. Singing, I realize it is no point, and I summon a small flame in my hand. Well, I could also ask why devils have such interest in us, I ask as everyone gets on edge. This is devil territory, any other race has to have my permission to be here, she says, and I scoff. Oh please, I've lived here all my life, as has Hexa here, I point out as Hexa just smiles. Still, I demand to know what you are, she says, getting impatient. I assure you we both are human, always have been and always will be, I say, smirking as Rias look at me with a fire in her eyes. Hexa is obviously holding in a laugh to not show her fangs and tongue, which would blow our cover. Anyway, is there anything else you require of us, or are we free to go? And no, we are not joining your peerage, I say, not interested in the slightest. Rias beckons for the door. I do a light bow as me and Hexa walk out the room. We reach outside and Hexa pouts at me. What was that thing with the kino? She says, looking at me like a kicked puppy. I pat her head and chuckle. This makes her stick out her forked tongue like a snake and nuzzle my hand. Hexa, tongue, I say, and she then jumps back and covers her mouth. I see how you know this happens when you pat me, she yells as we continue our way home. We reach the front door a few minutes later to see a panting Vala in running gear. Vala, you feeling alright? Hexa asks, and we get a thumbs up. Yeah, just doing a few extra laps. Had nothing else to do, she says whilst breathing. I put a hand on her shoulder with a small smile etched on my face. I can already tell you're making good progress. Keep it up and you should unlock Balance Breaker soon, I say, and she smiles at me. Now go have a shower and get changed. I finish and Vala walks inside as we follow shortly after. Hexa slumps onto the couch with an exhausted expression on her face. That Gremry girl is gonna get on my nerves. She kept passing glances at me like I was some weapon she can just take, she says, and I put her on my lap. I know the feeling, she looked at me the same way, I reply as I massage Hexa's shoulders, allowing her to relax. She doesn't speak as she lets me continue the massage. Akino was staring at you like a piece of meat. Does she not recognize you? Hexa continues, and I roll my eyes and continue the massage. We'll find out eventually. Right now you need to relax, I say, getting a resounding pop from her back. Hexa fidgets around for a moment, which catches my attention. What's on your mind? I ask her as she looks at her lap. It's nothing. I'm fine, she says quickly as I turn her around to face me. Now that is a lie if I've ever seen one. Talk to me, Hexa, what is bothering you? I tell her, and she just hugs me. I wanted to say thank you for taking me in that day. For staying with me, she says softly as I smile. You don't have to say that, Hexa. I care for you, so of course I'll stick by your side, I say, and she blushes slightly. I know that, but she trails off as she looks me in the eyes. I want to strengthen that bond with you, she gets out as I process the information. Wait, you two. She shuts me up by kissing me directly on the lips. I sit there shocked as her lips press against mine. I eventually give in and kiss back, wrapping my arms around her waist as she does the same to my neck. I don't know for how long it lasts, but it lasts a while before we separate. Issei, I love you, she says, which makes me smile at the girl. I love you too. I will never leave your side, Hexa. I'll stand by you for an eternity, I say, and Hexa tears up at that, sniffling a little. I'm glad. Without you, I don't know what I'd be like, she says as I hold her close to my chest. I hear her purring softly, which makes me chuckle. I rub her head as Hexa snuggles up closer to me. Time skip. I'm now lying in bed, reading a book as I hear the door open. Looking past it, I see Hexa in her underwear. Hexa? What are you doing? I ask, and she looks away. I thought you might like it if I slept like this, she states as I mark what page I'm on and put the book down. I walk up to her and kiss her forehead. You don't have to do this sort of thing to impress me. I ain't some dumbass harem protagonist from those anime you watched, I say, and she smiles at me before blushing slightly. I want to, though. I want to get more comfy being with you, she says as I sigh. I pick Ur up and bring her to the bed as she holds me, worried I'll drop her. I lie us both down under the covers as she relaxes slightly, turning around. She looks at me before giving me a chaste kiss. I wrap my arms around her and hold her close as she falls asleep with me stroking her hair. I give a soft smile as I do it so. I will stay by your side from now till the end of time. I'll be there to protect you from anyone who wants to hurt you. I love you, Trihexa. With all my heart, I say quietly before joining her in the realm of dreams. Rogue assets. I sigh as I sit in class with Hexa now sat on my lap. Reason. Since I confessed to her, she's gotten a lot more territorial over me. Hexa, you don't need to do this, I say bluntly as she snuggles into me. Why not? Just making sure everyone knows you're mine now, she says with a cute face on, and I sigh. I grab my things next to me and stand up, Hexa doing the same before latching onto my arm. Looking around, many of the girls look at Hexa with jealous looks, but some are smiling and giving her a thumbs up. We reach the house as Vala is sat down on her phone, obviously just out of the shower. Vala, I think it's time we give you a proper text on how much you've grown. I say, and she looks at me weirdly. 3 days we're going to take out the rogue Fallen and Co. as requested by the Grigori. Also, tonight we're hunting 5 stray devils. Rest up for it, okay? I say, and she nods. Yes, sir, I won't let you down. She says, saluting me as Drake summons herself and laughs. Vala, we may be stronger, but we're all family here. No need to treat us like that, she says. Vala just laughs, running her hand through her silver hair. Drake then looks at us and smiles. About bloody time you two hooked up. If you didn't do it sooner I might have taken him myself, Drake retorts, and Hexa just hisses at her, fork tongues and all. I laugh and pet Hexa as she nuzzles into me. We all laugh as Hexa then glares at the 3 of us, which makes us laugh a bit more before she relents and goes into the kitchen. Alright, we leave in 3 hours, so be ready. I say to Vala as she nods, going back to her phone. I look at Drake and she drags me up the stairs. What is it, partner? I asks, and she looks at me with a serious look in her eyes. What are you going to do about Aquino? She says, crossing her arms, and I sigh. I'm not too sure. Telling Baraquil now might be a bad idea. For now we should focus on the strays and fallen in the area. I say, getting a nod from Drake. Don't let it drag too much, okay? She says as I nod at her before we both go downstairs to see the others. Night falls as we enter a warehouse that reeks of blood. I think I'm gonna be sick, Vala complains, hunching over. Hexa rubs her back as I wince, understanding the feeling. Trust me, I know how that feels. I say as movement gets out of tension. From the shadows 5 people are revealed, all 5 of them being female. The only one that looks out of place is the girl that looks around 12 and a yokai. I give them another look over and give a small smile. So, guessing you 5 are the stray devils here, I say as they get defensive around the girl. Hexa looks at them all and her eyebrow is raised. That isn't normal. Most strays would kill everything in sight, she points out as Vala looks at the little girl. 2 out of the 4 women come closer as we prepare for a fight. As they get within 5 feet of us, they stop and look at each other. I take it you're here to dispose of us, one of them says, her eyes glaring at us as I walk up slowly. In a way, unlike most devils, I can offer you a way out of death, miss, I say, and she chuckles slightly. Visser, former queen, she says, and I look to the other 4. Hexa walks up and she looks at Visser. You 5 were in the same peerage, weren't you? She asks, and she nods. The bastard tried to make us his toys for his colleagues. When he tried to discipline Kyrie over there, I slit his throat, she says in disgust as take a glance at the girl who is being helped by the others. This is troublesome. Most wouldn't hear you out, but lucky for you we're not most people, I say, and Visser takes a good view of all 3 of us. And just who you might be? She asks, her eyes narrowing at me. Flexing my left hand, I summon Drake and my eyes become slits. Issei Hyoudou, Red Dragon Emperor, I say, and everyone's eyes widen. Hexa Hyoudou, Archmage, Hexa says, using her cover-up as she creates the ultimate level magic circle. Vala looks at us both and we nod as she steps up, summoning Divine Dividing. The Vala Lucifer, White Dragon Empress, she says as their eyes remain fixed on us. To the heavenly dragons, I thought you 2 were rivals, Visser's accomplice says, shocked to the core. No, we both share the same goal, so we are helping each other whilst I get Vala stronger, I say as Vala blushes at the statement. Visser then looks at Vala and she does a double take. Wait, you identified yourself as Lucifer, you're a devil, she says, readying to fight, but Hexa stops her. Long story, for now, though she is more associated with the Grigori than what her namesake implies, she says as I look to the other, a woman with deep blue hair. So could I get to know the rest of your group? I ask, and Visser sighs. The woman next to me is Saphira, Bishop. The other 2 are Rosetta and Ophelia, Rook and Knight respectively, she says, pointing to the redhead and the black-haired woman. And Kyrie is the girl, as you could guess. She took 4 pawns, Saphira says, standing next to Visser. Rosetta and Ophelia walk up to us with Kyrie in tow. Hexa smiles softly at the girl, which makes her hide behind the redhead. So, what are you going to do with us? Ophelia asks, and I look at Vala. I have an idea. You could become Vala's first peerage members, I say, and they look at me like I've grown a second head. Why should we? She might be like. Rosetta is cut off by Vala. I'm not like other devil, mainly because I grew up alone. Nothing to brag about. I can't brag about power because I'm not strong, unlike Hexa and Issei. I wouldn't use you, and if you still don't want to, I won't force you, she says, which makes the five look at her. Kairi then slowly walks up to her, showing to me and Hexa two foxtails. A kitsune, we yell through the link as Drag responds. This is curious. The only other kitsunes known are Yasaka and Kunu, both of which are in Kyoto. Hexa looks at me with surprise as we see Kairi hug Vala. It's okay. You're not alone anymore, she says as tears start coming out of both their eyes. Kairi looks at the others and she smiles. I think we should join, she says, and they look at each other. Are you sure, Kairi? Are you absolutely certain? Ophelia asks, and the girl nods her head. The others relent and agree to join Vala. Vala smiles but then looks at me. So how would this happen? I don't have any pieces, she says, and I smile. They do, I say, and push her towards the group. Vala, focus your magic on their pieces and expel the latent power inside of them. Then imbue with your own, I say, and she looks at her hand and nods. Outstretching the limb, she creates a magic circle over their hearts as black strands connect to her. Hexa watches with intrigue as she looks at the magic. The Lucifer Sacred Art, Power of Desolation. A powerful form of magic superior to the power of destruction of the Baal House, she comments as a black aura overtakes the former strays. The aura subsided into them as the strands dissipate. There, now you're no longer strays, Vala says as I smile. Alright, Vala is new to this, so I want you to give her some pointers, alright, I say, and they all nod. I look at the walls and a question comes to mind. So odd decor you got, I say, and Rosetta rubs her head. Some devil soldiers came here, so we dealt with them. Haven't had time to clean, she responds as I nod my head as Vala gags a bit. Hexa then nudges me, pointing at Vala, then tapping her wrist. Nodding, I turn to the girls. There is something else you should know, I say, and tell them of our predicament. Let's just say that I upset a kitsune big time, and got socked in the jaw by 4 women. Time skip. At the moment we stand in front of a dilapidated church with Rainier on guard. I nod to her as she comes to us. I see you got some help, she comments as she sees the former strays. Vala's new peerage. Anyway, what we dealing with? I ask, and she hands a file. Big issue is numbers, but with you and Hexa here, that isn't a problem, she says as I come across a file of Asia Argento. What if the nun? She with them? I inquire as she shrugs. No clue. She might be, or she could being deceived. Humming in thought, I summon the boosted gear as we go to the door. Vala, take your peerage and get ready for an ambush, I say, and they all nod. Over the 2 days we had looked over the skills of the group and found a good amount of diversity of them all. Case in point, Ophelia is excellent with illusion magic and hexes, so she makes the peerage invisible as they move ahead. I look at Rainier and Hexa and we smile. Operation Breakout? Hexa suggests as we nod. Next thing I know, me and Hexa are put in magic chains and forced into the church by Rainier. Rainier, who are they? A fallen asks ASD, she just waved them off. They apparently work for the devils and are here for our little nun. So I thought, why not let them watch her ascend. She lied as we are forced to kneel in front of a magic circle with Asia in a cross. I start to move, but a fallen in a goth Lolita outfit comes up next to me. Stop struggling, you're not gonna beat us, we're fallen angels the most superi. She gets cut off as I break out easily and grab her by the throat. Oh my god, I can't stand your voice, I say as I crush her windpipe, killing her instantly. Hexa then dispels the chains and the other 2 fallen then create spears, all the exorcists here drawing their weapons. How did you break out, human? The male fallen yells as he prepares to throw. Ever heard of a coup de grace? I ask as I fire a beam of red energy at both fallen, which buries into their stomachs. Rainier then creates a light dagger in each hand and stabs them in the neck, killing them instantly. The exorcists go to engage, but Vala and her lot all attack with the exception of Kairi, who uses wind magic to disorient the exorcists. Kyrie, we found out, hates killing and refuses take a life if at all possible, so she focused on defensive and non-lethal magic such as wind magic. Her senjutsu is limited, however, though she does use it if necessary. Ophelia is seen wielding a black scimitar whilst Rosetta crushes skull after skull. Turning, I see Visser holding a guy only for eyes to come out his chest courtesy of Vala before she erases 2 guys from existence. Visser then just creates 2 magic circles which makes acid bubble out of them as exorcists walk on them, causing them to melt away. Not long after, they are all dead and I can't help but smile in their efficiency. Rosetta then helps get Kyrie down as Rainier looks at Asia. "Now, what to do with you?" she says before a green field surrounds her. "I suppose I should thank you, Fallen," a voice says as Rainier is moved to us. The chains holding Asia break as her eyes open, revealing eyes that show gold rather than green according to the file. "That wasn't in the file," I say as Rainier gets up. "So, guessing you're not just a nun, huh?" I ask and she laughs. "No, I am not. I cannot bear to ally myself with a corrupt organization," she says, and I raise my eyebrow. "Odd for a holy maiden to say that, even if excommunicated," Hexa comments and Asia sighs. She snaps her fingers as her outfit changes to that of a mix between mage outfit and armor, though with holy aspects still remaining. Rainier gets up and looks at Asia with intrigue as Hexa comes up to her. "Who are you?" she asks Asia, who simply laughs. "You of all people should remember me. After all, I did steal you away in a past life," she says as we all stop and take a step back. "You're not saying that you're," I say, pointing up. "That would be correct, Red Dragon Emperor. I am the newest incarnation of the biblical god. The oddest group you could imagine. Instead of the broken down church, we are all in my house as we see Asia/God sit there drinking tea. Rainier backs up with her mouth agape. "You I would have how?" she asks as we all look at the girl. "I simply suppressed my divine aura. Similar to our apocalyptic beast over here," she says as Hexa glares at her. "Okay, before we dive into it, what should we call you?" I ask, and she puts her cup down. "Please still refer to me as Asia. I don't want to make a scene as of yet," she says, and Vala then cuts in. "Wait, I thought you were still in heaven," she says as we all look at Vala. Her peerage, who are off to the side, nod in agreement as Kyrie sits next to Vala, having her ears scratched. "Bloody hell, I forget to tell them," I say as I smack myself in the head. Drake then comes out laughing as everyone bar myself, Vala and Hexa is surprised. "You forgot to tell them that, ha 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 ha," she laughs out as Asia chuckles. "Drake, a surprise to see you out of the gear," she comments as she stops and joins Hexa in glaring at her. I cough to gain the attention of everyone and look at Vala. "During the Great War, the original 4 Devil Kings clashed with the biblical god. This was believed to kill all 5 of them," I say as Vala and her peerage eyes widen. "So that is why you 3 are confused," she says as myself, Hexa and Rainier nod. I then look at Asia and sigh. "Okay, I think it's time you explain how you are here," I say, and she nods. "After that said clash, it is true that our bodies died. However, our souls didn't. I can't speak for what happened to the Devil Kings, but my soul reincarnated into different vessels. I opted to remain undetected and witness the aftermath, and it hurts to see the Vatican fall to corruption," she says as I nod. Visser then speaks up. "So why is Hexa and the redhead glaring at her?" she asks, and I facepalm. "The redhead is Drake, who got forced into a sacred gear," I say, and Drake softly growls at Asia. "You should have left me alone to deal with him," she says as Asia sighs. "I couldn't let you petty rivalry interfere with," she says, but gets interrupted as Drake tries to strangle her as I hold her back. "That bastard killed my mate," she says as Asia's eyes show surprise. "Drake, calm down, you're gonna burst a blood vessel," I say, trying to calm the raging dragon. Drake tried to resist but gave up and collapsed on top of me, sniffling. Why did he have to kill him?" she mutters as I stroke her head. Asia then creates a golden glow around her as she falls asleep, her tears stopping. "I had no idea that was the reason behind it all. For that I'm sorry," she says as I move Drake into a more comfy position. Hexa then glares harder at Asia. Her eyes now slits as her tongue flicks out. "Hexa has a snake tongue?" Rosetta asks as I sigh. Again. Hexa's real name is Trihexa, better known as the 666. I say as everyone looks at her in slight worry. She was sealed away by the biblical god during the Great War as she tried to destroy Earth. However, 12 years ago she was released but locked in a human form of that of a girl. She's been with me ever since. I say as everyone looked at Hexa with mixed results. It is surprising to see how she got out. Though seeing as she has mellowed out, it has done her some good. Asia comments, dispelling a magic attack launched by Hexa. You locked me away, forced me to endure something close to torture for a millennia, she says darkly, a dark aura radiating off her. Asia stood up as she readied herself as Hexa's true form was made behind her. There is only one thing I could do that would make up for what you did to me, she said as I got ready to intervene. Her face contorted to that of a snarl as her aura flared before. And that is thank you, she says, her voice normal and her aura gone. Asia blinks in surprise as Hexa shows a proper smile. If not for that, I wouldn't have met Issei. So I guess it checks out, she says as everyone releases a breath that I'm pretty sure no one knew they held. Okay, now that the scares and whatnot are out of the way, I think we need to discuss what will happen going forward, I say, and Rainer nods in agreement. Yeah, what am I meant to tell Azazel? The rogues are gone. Oh, also I found God. I don't know what will happen, she says, and Saphira nods. Not the best course of action. Asia then snaps her fingers as she speaks. I shall remain here, and Rainer doesn't mention my true nature. Rather saying I opted to remain under the care of the Red Dragon Emperor, she says, and I sigh. I've got 5 former stray devils, one of which is a kitsune, my supposed rival who is a Lucifer, the apocalyptic beast as a girlfriend, my partner/sister figure, and now the biblical god, all living in my house. I'm gonna need a bigger house, I say as Asia smiles. Allow me, she says as the house glows gold before being replaced by a 3-story mansion. Season 3 house. I look around and then back to Asia, who smiles. Anyway, I best be off back to the Grigori. I'll catch you crazy lot later. I need a hot bath to relax after this shit, she says before vanishing. I look at the other and spread my arms out. You lot go do whatever, I'm just gonna sit here, I say as they all disperse bar Hexa. I look to see Drake is still asleep next to me as Hexa sits on my other side. Well, that happened, she says, and I nod. Why does this happen to me? I ask, and she giggles. Smiling, I hug her as she looks me in the eyes. Hexa, you sure you're okay? I say, and she nods. I'm sure. I may not fully have forgiven her, it's because of what happened I got to meet you, she says as she kisses me. And it was worth every second of it, she says, and I bring her close to me. So, what now? She asks, and I shrug. No clue. I'm gonna rest for a bit before getting reeled into more crazy shit, I say as she laughs. Drake then wakes up and looks at me. Hey, you alright? I ask, and she nods. I'll be fine, no need to worry about me, she says, but I bring her next to me. Drake, when you say that, it makes me worry more for you. If something is wrong, tell me, I say, and shakes her head. I told you I'm fine. We have bigger things to worry about, she says, gesturing to Vala, who has walked back in. Our focus should be unlocking her balance breaker. She has just started training, and yes, she has subverted our expectations. But it will take much more to unlock her potential, she says as Vala sits down. Hexa gives a small smile to Vala. Vala, see if your peerage can help you grow in strength quicker. We can help, but we may be needed for other things, so see if they can help you, she says to the devil, and Vala nods. I've asked already. Saphira agreed to help me with magic whilst Ophelia and Rosetta go through physical training. Visser is teaching devil history and customs, so I won't fall behind, she explains, and we all nod. It's good you're taking things into your own hands. Just know it isn't a crime to ask for help every now and again, Drake says before vanishing into the gear. I stand up and do a stretch as I start going to the stairs. I'm beat, I'll see you all in the morning, I say, only to feel hands wrap around me. And leave me behind, hell no, Hexa says as she jumps on my back. I'm not getting off until we are in your room, she says as I continue moving, hearing the chuckles of Vala behind me. Reaching my room, I swing my body and throw Hexa onto the bed, who uses magic to undress, leaving her stark naked. I lie next to her as she cuddles up next to me, and I'm out like a light. The next few days go off without major issue from either the devils in school or external sources. Though I do feel like a devil is now always with the area I'm in. Hexa also senses this and has become increasingly agitated. We wait for class to end when the door opens, revealing Saji Genshiro. "I've been asked to bring Issei and Hexa Hyoudou to the student council room," he says as we pack our stuff and go. As we walk, I grip her hand as she quietly hisses at the devil in front of us. As we open the door, we see Sona sitting there looking at us with curious look in her eyes. "Please sit, I just wish to ask you some things," she says, and we walk in. As soon as the door closes, I sigh. "If I may inquire, what might this be about?" I say in a somewhat formal tone. "I'm sure you are already aware of the student council's true nature." "There is no need to hide it," she says as I smirk. "So then, Miss Citri, what do I have the honor?" I ask. She gains a similar expression. "I will not bother asking about you joining my peerage as you declined Rias before she even asked it. I do, however, wish to know a bit more about you too and why you declined, if that would be acceptable," she says, and I look at Hexa, who sighs before nodding. I give a slight chuckle and lean a bit forward. "Well, you already have set a better example than Rias, so I don't see the harm. I just ask this stays between those present in this room," I say, and she nods. "I am a dragon, sort of. My sacred gear over the years has slowly converted me into that of a dragon," I say as Sona shows interest, gesturing to keep going. 12 years ago I was but a normal human, until a chance encounter with Hexa. After that point things changed, as not long after I unlocked my sacred gear. I say as I merely gesture to my left hand. "It is at that point things went downhill as he showed up," I say, and Sona goes to ask, but Hexa stops her. She looks at the president with pain in her eyes before speaking. "It is a sensitive subject for him. That day a fallen angel came by and killed his mother trying to get to me. It forced his body to unlock Balance Breaker, but the man fled before he could be killed," she says as Sona ponders on it. "I assume the mention of his name gave a negative response to him," she says, and Hexa nods. She pulls out a piece of paper and writes on it, obviously his name. Sona stops moving as she reads the paper. She moves her glasses and looks at us. "I'm sorry you had to go through that. Would this mean you hate the Fallen?" she inquires, getting a laugh from both of us. "Far from it. We actually have worked with the Grigori on multiple occasions as they declared him a rogue asset for assassination," she says, making them do a double take. "Anyway, will that be all?" she says as Sona raises her hand. "One last question. Who and what are you then?" Hexa smiles, showing small fangs as she stands up with myself following. "Oh, I'm just your everyday archmage with some benefits," she says as we leave. I look at Hexa as she smiles at me. "Come on, we're ditching school. There is many other things I would rather do with you," she says, dragging me around the place. "Hold on, Hexa. What's up with you?" I ask, and she just chuckles. "Nothing is wrong. Just want to get you away from here, from the sleazy, jealous, whorish devils that want you for themselves," she says, her power emanating from her voice as I sigh, patting her head, which calms her down instantly. Smiling, I pick her up as she snaps her fingers, warping us away from the school. A deal with the devil. A week passes as we get accustomed to Asia's presence in the house. She has helped quite a lot, aiding Vala's peerage with magic and being a tutor to young Kairi. Vala has shown more improvements, but I fear it's still not enough. We just under 2 weeks, then out time is up, so I'm beginning to panic slightly. Hexa sits next to me as I stare at Vala. "Vala, you've made a huge amount of improvement since we first met. I'd say you're a high-class devil in terms of power at the moment," I say, and she smiles. "Though it won't be enough, I fear. Balance Breaker requires either you train so hard you become as strong as possible, or an event which pushes you beyond your limits," I say, and she deflates. Hexa gives a sad smile as we sit there. A magic circle appears in the table as the image of Surzek's Lucifer appears on it. "Issei, it has been a while, hasn't it?" he asks, and I nod. "That it has, Surzek's. Any reason you called me?" I ask, and he nods. "You remember I told you about Riser and him marrying my sister, correct?" he asks, and I nod, Hexa's eye twitching at her name. In 10 days they are going to fight in a rating game which will affect Rias' freedom. I ask that if she fails you step in. He says, and I think it over. Okay, what do we get in this? Hexa will be helping me along with a few others. I say, and he nods. I'll let you decide that after you handle Riser. He says, and I smile. Alright, Sirzex, we'll deal with the chicken. I say, and he smiles. Thank you, Issei. He finishes and the magic circle disappears. I look at Hexa, who is smirking as Vala looks between us. Alright, Vala, we may have found the thing you need. I say, and her eyes shine with hope. Visser and the others walk in and sit by Vala. What's happening? I felt the Devil King's presence, she says as Kyrie jumps into Ophelia's arms, scared. Sirzex has asked we deal with one Riser Phoenix if Rias Gremory is unable to. I say, and Rosetta laughs. That fiery pompous prick, I can't wait to crush his skull, she says madly as Hexa gains a similar look. Why stop there? Why not turn his body to paste or give him the blood eagle? She says as her latent madness kicks in again. Ophelia and I bonk them both on the head as they whine. No blood eagles, too messy and might scar Kyrie for life, I say as Kyrie smiles at me. Drake then pops out and stretches. Best way to beat a phoenix or its true counterpart is through their regenerative abilities. Overload it, and it becomes useless and only causes constant pain, she says as we look at her. What, I killed a few phoenixes in my time, she retorts as I nod. Alright, ready up in 19 days for a fight that will be the toughest you'll face in a while, I say as everyone disperses as I go outside with Drake and Hexa. Partner, Vala's time is almost up. The Riser fight is our last chance or she dies, she says, and I nod. I know, I hope it'll be enough, I say as Hexa massages my shoulders. I sit down as she removes the stress from my body. I see, she'll be fine, Hexa says as I turn to look at her. I see? I ask and she blushes. You call me Hexa, I'm calling you I see, she says, and I sigh. Whatever, after this whole shtick we sort out Aquino, I say, and both girls nod at me. Agreed, why need to find out why she is a devil, she says, and Hexa shudders. A thought came to mind. Rias found her in a moment of weakness and manipulated her into joining, she says, and I grimace at the thought. Let's hope not, and she had no hand in the matter other than saving Aquino's life, I say, getting a nod from them both. The days pass with Vala working as hard as she can to make sure she is ready. I watch from the side as she spars with Rosetta. Smiling, I then see Hexa running panting. Azazel's here, she yells as I get up quickly to greet the governor. Walking inside, I see him looking around in confusion. Azazel, what's up? I ask, and he gestures around. It has only been 2 months since I was last here, and this house did not look like this. The hell did you do, Issei? He asks casually as Asia walks in. That would be my doing, Azazel, she says as he turns to see her. His eyes widen and looks at me, then back to her. God? He asks as she smiles. Asia explains everything to Azazel, who sits down in thought. Wow, didn't expect to come here and learn that, he says as I chuckle. You should have seen Rainier, she was a mess, Hexa says, and we give a soft laugh. So, what brings you here, Azazel? Hexa asks, and he throws a document on the table. Well, I just found out about the rating game that happened today and looks like you're gonna have to step in, he says, and we nod. Oh, the kid's gonna feel it for a while fighting you too, he says as we smirk. Azazel, Asia, Rainier and Vala are the only people who know of Hexa's true identity, so he knows the fight will end quickly. I look to the back door and sigh. Azazel, there is a few things you should know, I say, and he raises his eyebrow. What would that be? He asks as I look at Hexa. To begin with, I say as Hexa cuddles up next to me. The fallen leader gains a big smirk. About bloody time you two hooked up, he says as Drake laughs. My thoughts exactly, she says as we sigh. There's more. We found Aquino, Hexa says, and Azazel jerks up. What? Where is she? He asks, and I point to the document. I'm a moron, he laments as Asia chuckles, patting his back. Yeah, after this shit show we're gonna find out about why she is a devil, I say as I stand up. Azazel looks at me as I walk to the back door. There is one last thing you should know, Be warned though, it's a double-edged sword, Hexa says as I look outside. You lot inside. I call out as Vala and her peerage walk up to me. Vala, be warned. Someone you know is in here. I whisper, and she nods, now cautious. I walk in with Vala following shortly after and locking eyes with Azazel. Dad? She says as Azazel gets up with shock evident on his face. Vala? He says quietly as said devil lunges at him, hugging him for dear life. We all watch as father and daughter reunite after years of being separated. I feel guilt rack my body knowing I have to tell him about the timer when Hexa puts a hand on mine. She gestures for me to leave and I nod knowing she will handle it. I walk back out with Vala's peerage as they look at me. Azazel is her father? Surrogate, right? Saphira asks and I nod. What about the timer? Kyrie asks as Visser pales as a massive pressure is released. What the hell? Ophelia says, being forced to her knees with the others as Kyrie struggles to breathe. That would be Azazel. Whether it is at me, Albion, or himself, I don't know. I say as the aura calms down and Hexa walks out with Asia. Who was the target? I ask and she taps her right hand. Drake has a rival and hating Drake with a burning passion. Hexa says as Asia goes to the downed devils and helps them recover from the aura. Vala and Azazel walk out and he looks at me. Issei, thank you for taking care of Vala. Though if it weren't for both Hexa and Vala here I would have likely knocked your teeth out. He says and I nod. I expected as much. I wanted to try and get it unlocked before I told you so this wouldn't have happened, but look how that turned out. I say and he nods. You better win this, Issei, and get my daughter out of this shit, he says and then leaves. I sigh knowing this will not be pretty. The next day is time to stop a wedding. Surzex gives us a teleportation seal to crash the engagement party as Hexa and I kick the door in with Vala and her peerage behind us, cloaked up to keep their appearances hidden. Devils try and stop us but Kyrie holds them in place with wind magic. Well, looky here. Quite the party happening here, I say as Riser bursts into flames. That is enough, Riser, I invited them over, Surzex says as I smirk. I believe this party could use some entertainment, so I asked a friend of mine to join us here. Quite frankly, the rating game yesterday was quite dull, he says, and Riser looks in mirth. Issei, as I brought you here, what you like in return for this if you win? Hem asks with many devils arguing back, but he silences them. We'll talk fee later, Surzex. After the rating game, I say, and he nods. We get transported to the same dimension as Ko and I smirk. Home field advantage, huh, nice, I say as we stand in the ORC. The others remove their cloaks as Visser smirks. So, what's the plan? She asks and I look out the window. Hexa and I will take on the Queen and Riser himself. You lot take out the peerage, I say, and everyone bar Kyrie nods. Vala kneels to Kyrie and smiles. It's okay, Kyrie. They won't die. They'll be taken away if they get hurt and be healed. You don't have to worry about killing them, she says as Kyrie nods with a small smile. Okay, big sis, she says, which makes us smile at her cute antics. Vala POV. The match begins as Issei and Hexa vanish from the base. Okay, girls, we clear every major place one at a time and get rid of any resistance, I say as they nod. Ophelia, lights out, I say as we vanish from sight. We start walking about and we see a group of 5 pawns looking around. Visser, acid volley on my mark. Ophelia, get ready to death blow. I comment as Ophelia approaches the group. Fire. I yell as Visser releases a torrent of acid towards the pawns, retiring 2 instantly as Ophelia takes out the others. We move ahead when Rosetta grabs a sword coming down on her. An ambush, she says, bending sword and kicking her away. I try and summon divine dividing, but I can't. Like I would let you use it now, the voice of Albion says in my mind as I shake in anger. Buck you then, I say, ready my magic. A rook tries to hit me, so I fire an orb which makes her instantly retire. Creating a large magic circle on the ground, I float up a bit. Desolate ruin, I yell as several black beams burst from the ground. Catastrophic prison, I say, slamming down my fist into the concrete as black cracks form around the area. Chains form as they grab the knights and 2 pawns, holding them in place. Saphira creates platforms made of prismatic material as Rosetta uses a war hammer dripping with blood to send them to the ground. Catastrophic prison then doubles the pain felt as they retire. Vala, help! Kyrie calls out as the other rook holds in place ready to snap her neck. Be quiet, girl. You'll make a nice pet for Lord Riser, she says as Ravel walks in front of her. Kyrie, Ophelia calls out as she tries to get to the kitsune only for a fire pillar to force her to retire. Ophelia let go of her. I yell, seeing the others holding of the rest of the peerage. Foolish. You shouldn't challenge a phoenix you lost the moment you set foot through that door. Ravel taunts burning Kyrie. Ahhh, the girl screams as absolute hatred burns from out my eyes. I'll kill you! I yell as my sacred gear finally forms. A bright light encompasses the area. The rage persists as I hear the voice of Albion call out. Vanishing dragon, balance breaker, he declares as I emerge in the white armor I sought out. You made a mistake hurting my pawn. I growl out as not only my energy wings show but my 4 pairs of devil wings. I charge the 2 of them and take them away from Kyrie and fly straight up. Divide, Albion call out to my annoyance as I hold them both by the throat. Cease to exist. I yell as I bombard them with my power of desolation, retiring them. I look to see the rest of the peerage dealt with as I fly down. To greet my team. Vala, you did it! Rosetta yells as Kyrie hugs me. Thank you, she cries into my armor as I pet her ears. Looking to see massive explosions, a beam of pure red light comes from the other side of the field. 4th seal unlocked, Destruction's Will. Hexa yells as the beam grows. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker Drag yells to the heavens as fire engulfs the sky. Scale Male Apocalypse Mode. Issei and Drag yell as we fly up to see Hexa floating in the air smirking. On the floor is a terrified Riser, and Issei stood in Balance Breaker, but the armor is crimson in color, and the orbs are black. A dark aura pours off him as he walks over to Riser. You want power, Riser? Let me show you, Issei says darkly as he creates a ball the size of a pea in his hand. Oblivion shot. He finishes and flicks the orb at Riser. The moment it hits him, he explodes in blood-red flames with black tips. He retires instantly after the 1-second explosion. We both exit our armors as he stares at me. Knew you could do it. I'm proud of you, he says as I blush. Issei POV. We end up back in the main area of the engagement, and see the absolutely stunned faces of everyone, including Surzex. What? You wanted a show, I say, and he nods. I suppose it was entertaining to see the power you hold. I must ask about your comrades with you, he says, pointing at Val. Namely the White Drafen Emperor, he says as I smile. If you would, I say as she nods. My name is Vala Lucifer, granddaughter to Risavim Lucifer, she says as they all back up. Now before you go pointing fingers, she is not with the old Satan faction. Like me, she is neutral, I say as I allow her to continue. These are my pieces, former stray devils who I spared and gave a second chance, she says, and Surzex nods. I cough and look at Surzex. In terms of reward, I ask for 3 things, I say, and he nods. I ask that Vala is given a full evil piece set and her current members are removed from the stray devil list, I say, and he nods. Second, I ask that one Rias Gremry no longer has to marry Riser Phoenix and can choose her next suitor, I say, winking at the Devil King, who nods, bowing slightly. And finally, I say, looking at Aquino. The last one I will say in private, you alone, Lord Lucifer, if I may, I say, and he nods. Very well, Issei, your wishes shall be done. I thank you for coming here to show us this spectacle, he says, and I nod before we leave via magic circle. Father and daughter, father and son. It has been a day since then, and I wait for Surzex to arrive. I sit with Hexa as Vala is out with her father telling him the good news and whatnot whilst her peerage do whatever. You're going to ask about Aquino, aren't you? She asks me, and I nod. She's our friend and I want to know what's happened to her, I say as she hugs my arm. Surzex then shows up in a formal suit and smiles at me. Issei, I want to personally thank you for saving my sister. I would have done so, but I can't act due to my position, he says, and I nod. It is no problem, Surzex. Are Vala's pieces ready? I ask and he passes me chess box. Her current pieces have been pardoned per your request, he says, and I nod. I gesture for him to sit down as Hexa comes back, me not realizing she left, with some drinks. She gives one to each of us as Serzex looks at me. So, what is your final request? He asks, and I put my drink down. It's about your sister's queen, Aquino, I say, and he nods. Years ago, Hexa and I were close friends to Aquino before she disappeared. After meeting her, she doesn't seem to recognize us nor our names. I'd like to know why she became a devil and how she does not remember us, I say, and he scratches his head. I do not know the specifics. I would have to ask Rias about it, but from what I do is she was attacked by her own clan, which killed her mother. She ran away and ended up finding Rias, he says, and I nod. Hexa clears her throat and speaks up. Would you happen to know who her father is? She asks, and Serzex shakes his head. Barakweel, a fallen cadre, she says as Serzex looks at us. What? She's a fallen angel? He says, which concerns us. You did not know this? She asks as I text Azazel. I did not. I will need to talk with Rias more about this and tell you what I find out, he says, and the door opens. You'll also tell me, considering I'm her uncle, Azazel says as he walks in, Vala behind him. Azazel? You're her uncle? He asks as Vala's eyes widen. Aquino? She's here? She says as I facepalm. Of course you know her, not surprised. She's at Co but doesn't remember us and likely you as well, I say, and she frowns. Azazel and Serzex talk some more before both adults leave to find out more as I sit down. I have an idea. Vala, how good is Saphira with memory magic? I ask, and she shrugs. I can call her here and find out, she says, and I nod. I'll get Aquino. Also, your pieces are in that box, I say, walking out the house to the Aquino's presence. A shrine. Reaching said shrine, it brings back memories as I walk around and see the raven-haired woman in a Miko outfit. Aquino? Fancy seeing you here, I say, and she turns to see my. Oh, my apologies, she says as I look around. You live here? I ask, and she nods. I used to live in one with my mother, she says, and I nod. I give her a look into the eyes and see they are partially blank. Oh, I'd like to thank you for saving Rias. She's my best friend and it means a lot to me she's happy, she says as my eyebrow twitches. You said Hexa and I were your best friends, I think, as do a mock bow. Think nothing of it. Say, Aquino, would you like to accompany me to my place for something to drink? I ask, and she gives a smile I am all too familiar with. I'd love to, she says as she changes quickly into casual wear and we head to my place. Once there, I lock the door behind us as we see Saphira sitting there. Everyone, this is Aquino. I've invited her over for a bit, I say as Saphira gets up and holds her hand out. Saphira, pleasure, she says as they hold hands. The moment they do, she begins using magic as Aquino holds her head with her other hand. What are you doing? She yells in pain as we watch in worry. I'm sorry, Mississippi, but this needs to happen, she says as Aquino yells in pain before collapsing. I pick her up before she hits the floor and place her on the couch. You find anything? I ask, and she nods. Her memories were sealed, replaced with fake ones, she says as I nod to Vala, who calls Azazel. Dad, Aquino is with us. Someone locked up her memories and replaced them. I'd get here quickly and call Lord Lucifer, she says before hanging up as we look over Aquino. After a few minutes she begins to stir, as I tell everyone to back up. Aquino, you alright? I ask as she looks at me, her eyes widening the more she stares. Issei? Is that you? She asks, and I nod. She looks around and see Hexa and Vala stood there. Hexa? Vala? Is this real? She mutters out with tears threatening to spill as Vala tackles her. They both start crying into each other's shoulder as me and Hexa look on with heartwarming smiles. Thank you, Saphira, this means a lot, I say, and she nods. Anytime, she says, smiling at the scene. So your specialty is memory magic then? I ask, and she nods. Memories, illusions, wards, seals, barriers. That's my preference. Never liked offensive magic, seemed too British. she says as Hexa pouts. You realize that is my magic, right? She says at the blue-haired bishop, who chuckles. It's sweet you though, I need to head out. I'm looking out for employment at a game shop later. Before walking to the door. Azazel then busts down the door and runs in, Surzex following suit as Saphira hugs the wall to avoid getting trampled by the stampeding leaders. We shrug at her as she leaves, shutting the door behind her. They look at the pile of crying limbs that is Aquino and Vala as they smile at the scene. Both of them calm down as Aquino notices Azazel. Uncle Zell? She asks as his smile only grows. Hey there, spark plug, he says as she gets up and hugs him. Whilst I hate to ruin the moment, I believe we have much to discuss, Surzex says as we all sit down. Aquino, what happened that day? Barakweel came in running around the Grigori like a lunatic, Azazel asks as she looks down. A group saying that they were from the clan came in and tried to kill me, but Mother got in the way. Though, looking back, none of them bore the Haimajima mark, she says, pulling out an armband. On it was a stylus heat symbol that represented Aquino's clan. An 8-point star with a flower in the middle. Azazel looks at the floor with an Angiri expression. How did you join Rias? How were your memories sealed? I ask, and she looks at me and racks her brain. After they killed Mother, one of the grabbed me, and I can't remember fully, but I do know they said something about the girl wants me weakened, she says as I look at Surzex, who lowers his head in shame. I look at Azazel, who is about 2 seconds away from blowing up in rage, before I intervene. Alright, from what we have gathered, Rias' acquisition of Aquino was obviously less than humane or a stroke of luck. Though to me it sounds too sketchy for it to be a coincidence, I say, and Vala nods. Way too convenient for it to be chance. It was likely a setup, she remarks as Aquino looks down. She also planned on letting the fallen in the area kill you, Issei, to recruit you. I guess you could say that was the final nail in the coffin, she says, and I breathe in to stop myself from losing it. Azazel is about to blow as Vala hugs him, which makes him calm down slightly. Hexa then snaps her fingers as we all look at her. I believe a search into how she got her current pieces and a proper background check is in order. It wouldn't look good if the Shinto faction found out about this, she says, and we all nod in agreement. It is at this point Asia walk in. Oh, I am interrupting something? She asks as Surzex and Aquino freeze up at her presence whilst we look at her with exasperation. You have the worst timing, Asia, you know that? I point out, and Azazel nods. That she does, gets it from her predecessor, he says bluntly as Surzex looks at us. Yes, she's the new biblical god, Azazel says, and Surzex simply slams his head into the table. Rainier almost did the same thing, if memory serves, when we found out, I say, getting a laugh from us. Surzex runs his temples after listening to Asia before looking at me. I can't say I'm not surprised, considering it is you. I best be off, I'll search into this on my end, he says before leaving to sort everything out as Azazel hangs back with us. I look to Aquino and smile. Good to have you back, Featherbrain, I say, and she pouts. You too, hothead, she says teasingly as Hexa laughs. Don't think I forgot about you, snake bag, she retorts as Hexa hisses, her forked tongue showing. Aquino found out about Hexa's identity through Barakweel and Azazel, but she didn't push her away. I look to Azazel and sigh. So who's gonna tell him? I ask the $1 million question, and Azazel pales. Hexa looks at us, knowing what I mean, as Vala and Aquino catch on. Uncle Barakweel/father, they yell as we think, with 2 girls now panicking. I'll call him here, Hexa laments, and we gulp. Not 2 seconds later, after Hexa hangs up, the door is opened with Barakweel rushing in. What is the Aquino? He says, stopping to a dead halt as Aquino tackles him. Both fall in crying as they hug. I smile as Vala stands by Azazel and holds his hand as I have a bittersweet smile. Hexa sees this and takes me out the room and to ours as I look to the floor. Issei, what's wrong? She asks as I sit down. Nothing, just I guess I'm feeling jealousy, I say as Hexa frowns. Because of Mom? She asks, and I shake my head. No, before then. 2 years after I was born, my dad left me and Mom. I don't even think he knows she's gone, I say as Drake appears and hugs me. Don't worry, Issei. You got myself and Hexa, as well as now Vala, Aquino, and the majority of the Grigori as a family, she says as I pull out a picture from my drawer. It was of Mom and supposedly Dad. Hexa looked at the image and saw his eye color. One gold and one blackish. His hair also showed the same colors though tied in a ponytail. Issei, who's that? Hexa asks and I smile softly. It's my father, apparently. I say and she raises an eyebrow. I'm guessing your looks come from Mom then. You don't have black and gold hair or eyes, Hexa says as Drake jumps to her feet. What, she yells, grabbing the image. She stares at the man with shock evident in her face. It can't be, she cracks slightly, running her hand across the page. See Crom, she says quietly as I look at her. Who? I ask and she looks at me. Crom Crutch. He was my mate, she says as Hexa and I look in shock. Drake teeters for a bit before going to collapse as I pick her up. Get Azazel, I tell Hexa as I let Drake lie down. Crom. What happened to you? She says quietly as I try and help Drake. Azazel runs in with the others on his tail. What happened? He asks and I point at Drake. Apparently my father was her mate, I say and he pauses. Who? He asks and I give him the name. She said his name was Crom Crutch, I say and he pales. The Crescent Circle Dragon, he says as I look at him perplexed. Dragon? My father was a dragon, I say and he nods. Crom is considered a heavenly dragon in terms of strength and is known to never back down from a fight, he says as Drake sits up. What happened to him? He was killed in front of me. How is he alive? She asks now with tears showing. Azazel looks down and swallows. From what I know, he's become an evil dragon, he says as Drake clutches her heart. And no, you lie, he would never, she yells as she goes to strangle Azazel. You take it back, he isn't evil, she screams as Hexa, Vala and myself stop her from killing him. Drake, calm down, Hexa says as the dragoness struggles. Drake, please don't hurt him, I just got him back, Vala says as she breaks free. Thinking on the fly, I call out to her. Mom, stop, I yell as Drake stops dead in her tracks. She turns to face me as she cries, you called me Mom? She gets out as I hug her. Drake gives in and cries into my shoulder as I comfort her. We'll find him, Mom. I promise, I say as Drake nods her head in my shoulder. Azazel and Baraquil excuses themselves as Vala and Aquino go with them as I comfort Drake, who now sleeps on my shoulder. Elsewhere, third POV. Staring into the sunset is a man with a mix of black and gold hair wearing a black trench coat with golden accents running down the material. A solemn look is showing through his split-colored eyes as he sighs. He opens his hand to reveal a locket that houses two images. On one side is a smaller image of the one shown before with Issei, whilst the other is an image of Drake in her human form. Drake, Mickey, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. It's my fault, he says before looking at the boy in the image. Issei, my son. Forgive your old man for not saving you and your mother, he says, closing the locket and turning around. Entering a base, he sits down in his room and looks at his phone as a news headline comes up. Red Dragon Emperor makes big appearance. He starts reading further as his eyes widen. Red Dragon Emperor, Issei Hyoudou, reveals himself to Supernatural after fighting Riser Phoenix in a raiding game. Leaves Underworld speechless. Impossible, the man comments as he finds a video on DeviTube. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Scale Male Apocalypse Mode. The feed shows the fight as the man turns it off and packs his stuff. He stomps through the area, leaving everyone speechless as he passes a silver-haired devil. Where do you think you're going, Crom Crutch? The devil asks as Crom snarls at the man. I'm done. There are more pressing matter that call for my attention, the dragon says as a magic circle forms in front of him. Oh, and what would that be? He says as Crom snarls. Drop the barrier or I will rip you in half. Rivism, he growls, releasing his aura as it cracks the barrier made by the super devil. Ha 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 ha, oh, I wonder what has garnered the attention of the strongest evil DRA. Rise of him gets shut up by a fist into his face, which makes the barrier dissipate, and Crom storms out, spreading his dragon wings and flying off. Hold on, my son. I'm coming, he says, flying off towards the place he knows Issei to be. Ko. Drop the hammer on the redhead. Been 3 days since we found out about Aquino, and so far nothing has happened. Well, except Vala, Rainier, and Asia joining the academy. We were also put into the same classes and sit close to each other. Ha, convenient. We walk home with Vala beaming from her first day in proper education. I never thought I'd find someone who is this excited about school, Ray says, making fun of Vala as we enter the house. Hey, after focusing on survival for the better part of my life, it's a nice change of pace, thank you very much. Her reaction gets a laugh from us all as we sit down on the couches. Vala's peerage then show up with Ophelia holding Kyrie's hand. Due to the ladies being too old for high school, they got jobs around whilst Kyrie attends middle school. Kyrie runs up and hugs Vala, who reciprocates as Drake comes out of the boosted gear. She hugs me as I return it before she does the same to Hexa. Aquino then walks in with a smile as we all sit down. So Aquino, any news on Redhead? Hexa asks as we all snigger at the nickname. Not yet, though Uncle Zell and Father has ordered Surzex to remove my evil piece the moment he can, she says as Visser smirk. Good, most devils are pompous assholes like that Redhead and Riser, she says as we all nod. Not to mention his sister, when I get my hands on that midget I will throttle her, Rosetta yells as Kyrie puts a hand on Rosetta's head, using senjutsu to calm her. I look at the kitsune with interest. Say, Kyrie, who are your parents? I ask, and everyone looks at her. Mama has blonde tails. She is big and smiles a lot. Papa's gone, she says as Vala pulls her into a hug. The girls look at their chests when Kyrie said big, knowing what she meant. My thoughts were true. She's the daughter of Yasaka. Why is she a devil then? I wonder as Azazel and Surzex warp in. Rias is being put on trial, and I have been asked to collect you all to attend, Surzex says, and we nod. So, when is it? Asia asks as Azazel smirks. No, he says as we all stand up. Then I guess we overlook Rias' court trial, I say as we all get warped back to the underworld. We stand in front of a massive courthouse as we are escorted in. Vala and her peerage along with Rainier and Asia sit in the seats for viewers as Drag, Hexa, Saphira and I sit at the front with Aquino. Other high-class devils start pouring in as Rias herself is brought before people along with her peerage, who glance around. I look into their eyes and see the same blankness I saw in Aquino's. I look at Saphira, who nods at me. Same thing, they're under some sort of influence, I say as Hexa grips my hand. I look her way to see Aquino's eye twitching. Easy, Featherbrain, you'll be alright, I say as Rias' peerage sits on the other side of the courtroom. They go through all the standard procedure before we officially start. Today we are here upon evidence against Miss Rias Gregory for manipulating members of other factions to gain her peerage, with other accounts being opened as well, Surzex says as we sit there. Rias looks at her brother, confused as to what is going on, as I tap my fingers on the desk in anticipation. Oh, this isn't Surzex Gregory, her older brother. This is Surzex Lucifer, leader of Hell, Drag says to me, and I smirk. Yesterday it was brought to my attention that Rias Gregory's queen Aquino Himejima is the daughter of Baraquiel, a leader of the Grigori. Naturally this caused myself, Azazel and others to investigate further, he explains as everyone looks at Aquino, who holds Baraquiel's hand tightly under the seat. Rias is called up and gives her version of the story, which still screams suspicion. I was checking the neighboring area for potential pieces when I found her. I didn't know she was a fallen angel, she states simply, thinking it would be enough. Well, it wasn't, as many devils looked between Rias, Aquino and Baraquiel. Smirking, I raise my hand. Lord Lucifer, if I may ask, Miss Gregory, how did you know of Miss Himejima's location? I ask simply as Azazel smiles at me from where he sits with Vala. Rias is silent for a few seconds before she goes to speak, but gets interrupted by Surzex. Before other questions are asked, may the person in question rise, he says as Aquino comes to the front. She then explains as much as she can through her still foggy memory of what she saw, telling them what she told us. I look and see micro-expressions on Rias' face showing anger, betrayal, and shock, which doesn't go unnoticed by Hexa, Azazel, Baraquiel, Saphira, and some high-class devils. Surzex asks for Azazel to take center stage as he walks up with a few files. I've done to liberty of compiling a full background analysis on Miss Gregory's peerage, and I ask for your opinions. Kiba Yuto, last survivor of the Holy Sword Project. Something that took a good amount of digging to uncover. How did she know of its location? Kaneko Tuju, formerly known as Chiron, a Nekisha left for dead by her sister after she killed their master, was going to be put into the peerage of Miss Citri, but changed last second for unknown reasons. Gasper Vladi, a damper she found bleeding out in Romania. If I am not mistaken, that is strictly forbidden territory. He lists off as several members of the courtroom murmur as I smile. He then pulls out one last file and hands it to Surzex. This came up last minute, thought you might be interested, he says as Surzex reads it and takes a sigh. Another case has been brought to my attention concerning Issei Hyoudou. I ask him to take center. He says as I do so. Issei, is it true that a fallen angel interacted with you to go on a date? He asks and I nod. Yes, it was Rainier. A fallen angel going undercover per Azazel's orders to find out more about Rogue's assets in the Grigori. I say and Azazel nods. Can I get confirmation that you detected a devil of Rias Gremery's peerage watching you? He asks as Drake speaks up for me. I can vouch for my partner Lord Lucifer. I detected Kaneko Tuju nearby watching the scene play out, she says as I know where this is leading. I raise my hands as cough. I would also like to add that I believe the remainder of Miss Gremery's peerage be in the same condition that Aquino was when we returned her memories. I say, getting some people to gasp. Vala Lucifer has a bishop who can check and remove and mental manipulation on them if they show it. Would she be allowed to at this current time? I ask, getting a nod from all Devil Kings. Saphira stands up and grabs both their hands. Their memories are locked. I'm freeing their minds now, she says as both of them wince as they clutch their head in slight pain. She lets go as both of them look around themselves dazed, but their eyes a normal look returning to them. Kaneko then sprouts her Nekisha appendages as her tails wag around. Some of the elders tense at the sight, but a glare from myself, Drake and Azazel stop them from acting. I sit down as Surzex rubs the bridge of his nose and looks at Rias, who stares back with a pleading look. The leaders leave the area as they go to discuss the verdict. Best case scenario, she loses her peerage and co. Worst case, removal of rank and jail time. Shame they removed the death penalty on most crimes. Drake comments next to me as Hexa smirks. Good, she deserves the worst she can get. She tricked my friend, killed her mother, she says as I grip her hand. Easy Hexa, no need to make a scene, I say quietly as Surzex returns about 10 minutes later. Due to recent events occurring, I have come to a final verdict, he says as we wait for him to finish. Rias Gremery, as Devil King, I hereby declare you guilty of negligence and manipulation of peerage members, he says as Rias goes to speak but gets cut off. Because of this, Co shall be returned to the Grigori for ownership, and you shall lose your rank and peerage, he says as we all watch in amusement, as Rias blabbers on blaming others, not helping her case any further. The court session is ended and Rias is dragged into a magic circle. We are all sent back to the house as Aquino hugs me, which I return. Azazel and Surzex show up bringing Kiba and Kaneko with them, small smiles on the leaders' faces. For one, I apologize to all members involved for what my sister has done. I thought she was raised better than that. Apparently I was wrong, he says, and we all nod. Issei, I ask you to act as guardian for both Kiba and Kaneko, as no doubt Azazel will give you ownership of Ko, he says, and I nod. He smiles as he vanishes in a magic circle. Thanks for everything, Issei, we'll talk soon, the governor says before leaving as well. I look at the two newcomers and ask the million-dollar question. So who's Gasper? Panic ensued. Time skip. Over the coming week I have grown accustomed to the company of the others, especially since I was made president of the ORC. Aquino and Kaneko, who now goes by Chiron, both requested their pieces to be removed, so now they are no longer devils. Kiba remains a devil so he can build his own team when he becomes a king, which I shrugged to. Not my problem. Gasper, though, didn't make it. I had opened his room to see his corpse hanging on a noose. Not a good day in my opinion, considering I had to calm down a bawling Kyrie who had wanted to see Gasper. My wallet took a hit with the amount of pandering I had to do. I sit at my new oak desk as Hexa brings a coffee to me. Thanks, Hexa, I say as she smiles at me. So, how we looking on events? I ask and she smiles. Nothing as of ye. She pauses as everyone enters the building. Okay, what's going on? I ask and Vala answers. We sense church members here each with Excalibur fragments, she says, which explains the restrained Kiba being held by the rooks. The door opens and I see two girls in white cloaks as I sigh. Issei? You're a devil? I hear a voice I haven't heard in a while. Hello, Irina. And to answer your question, no, I am not, I say as they look around. We were supposed to meet up with the Gremory. Is she here? She asks and Akino giggles. There has been a few changes recently. Ko is now owned by the Grigori, though Issei has been gifted it by Azazel. She explains and they nod slowly. Anyway, Irina, what I can do for you in this? I ask as the blue-haired girl looks at me. Zenobia, and several of the Excalibur fragments have been stolen by. She says, but Hexa cuts her off. Fallen angels. Yeah, I know. We also know that a specific warmongering cadre is responsible who as of last month is considered a rogue agent and is to be eliminated. She says as they look at her. Zenobia then sees Asia and her eye twitches. Seeing that a scene might come up, I decide to step in early. Okay, I can see things about to get a little out of hand. How about we slow this down a bit, alright? I ask as Chiron looks at everyone in the room worried. Chiron, could you calm down Kiba in any way? Can't have him doing something stupid. I ask and she nods, grabbing Kiba and leaves with him, with Vala's peerage and Rainier following after, leaving myself, Hexa, Valley, Akino and Asia. Okay, now there is less people, we can begin. I say as Irina walks up to me. Issei, what's happened here? You seem so different. She asks as I scoff. Yeah, that happens when you have this thing, I say, revealing the boosted gear. Both the church girl look surprised as I smile. They then notice Vala stood next to me and draw their weapons, but in a flash they are gone as Hexa holds them. Afraid I can't let you hurt Vala here, she says as Zenobia scowls. Issei, what happened to your house? Did you move or something? She asks as I chuckle. Nah, got it as a gift from Azazel after reuniting him and Vala. I lie as Asia smiles a little. Is your mom alright? Love to see her again, she asks innocently as my fist clenches. Drake then shows up with Irina backpedaling. His birth mother was slain by Kokobile a month after you had left, she says as Irina looks remorseful. Issei, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have asked, she said as I don't respond. Hexa rubs my back as she takes it from here. If you think you're fighting Kokobile, you're wrong, she says as Zenobia scoffs. You will not interfere with our work. She gets out as Hexa, Drake and Vala start to emit magical pressure. It may be business for you too, but for us it's personal, Vala growls as Divine Dividing shoot out her back. Zenobia blinks the surprise out of her eyes before looking at Hexa. And who are you to judge? She says as Hexa's eyes turn to slits. Someone who is way out of your league, girl, she says as Asia intervenes. Now. No need to get hasty, she says as the door is forcefully opened to show Azazel panting. Okay, I made it, he says as he sees me, though I don't look up to him. You lot, I'll take it from here. Asia, you stay with me if that's alright? He says as Asia nods. Of course, I understand, she says as Drake takes me home. I'll take care of him. The rest of you get some rest, Drake says as she puts me on the couch before cuddling next to me. Don't worry, Issei. Everything will be fine. I promise my son, I hear her say before I drift off to sleep. The cycle of vengeance. Scouts had been sent out to search the entirety of Ko to no avail. Any guesses we have keeps coming up false. I walk out of class with Hexa, Rainier and Vala with me. Everyone else is helping out with the search but us for obvious reasons. Hexa's concern for me increased as today I haven't said a word. Why? Today's the day she died. Rainier, take Vala and have a look around with the others. We have to find something soon, Hexa says as we come into sight of a cemetery. Yeah, let's go. We'll meet at the house later, Rainier says as I walk into the cemetery and find where she's buried at with a bunch of flowers I bought on the way here. I kneel in front of her grave and place them there. Hey Mom, it's been a while, hasn't it? Sorry for not coming sooner, a lot has happened recently which took priority. I say softly, looking down. I feel tears well up as I look at the grave. Hexa's fine. I even found Akino again after so long. My rival I told you about, well, I'm acting as her mentor as well, so it's been a bit hectic for me. I say, giving a small chuckle as I speak. He's here. The man who caused this. He wants to destroy everything. When I find him, I don't know if I could control myself, if I could resist using the power of the Juggernaut. I say, and I feel a hand touch my shoulder. Looking up, I see Hexa standing there as she hugs me. I'll say it now until the end of time. You're not alone, Issei. There are people here that will stop whatever they're doing to help you. Even if the world goes against you. If all those we know turn their backs against us, even then I'll stand by your side, like you did me when we first met. She says as she turns me around and kisses me softly. She wipes the tears from my face and helps me up. Drake appears out of the gear as she puts a hand on my face. Issei, out of all of my hosts you hold the most promise, but that doesn't mean you have to fight everything alone. You have many others who will stand by you tooth and nail. Drake says, hugging me. Don't let this hold you down forever. Rise above it and prove that nothing can stop you, she says as I smile. Dragon was in front of me. Thanks, pardon, no thanks, Mom. I say as Drake takes a step back in shock. Hexa smiles before we collapse on each other and hug it out. We separate as Drake smiles at both of us. I may not be either of your actual mothers. Whether that be because you have one or you were created from power itself. I will support you both as though you were my own, she says as Hexa and I smile at Drake. We all walk away from my mother's grave, not noticing the other person watching the interaction. We head home to see Rainier, and Vala sat with her peerage in the living room. We checked majority of Ko, not a trace from anything. Ray tells me, obviously annoyed as I sigh. I sit down as Hexa sits next to me, Drake doing the same. I look down, clenching my fist. All right, I'll take over looking. I want you all to be on your guard. He could attack at any moment. I say, getting a nod from everyone bar Hexa. I'll help you. You don't have a choice, she says, and I nod. Fine, let's go, I say as Drake returns to the gear. We leave the house as we start looking around Ko. Doesn't take us long to find something. That being the sound of swords clashing. We go to check it out to see Kiba and Zenobia fighting. Sighing, I get in between them and block their swords with my hands. That's enough, I say, disarming them of their swords. I look to see Irina running towards us. I look at the exorcists and hold in a groan. All right, you two, explain why you are fighting a member of my cohort, I demand, and Zenobia scoffs. He engaged me. I simply acted in self-defense, she says as I look at Kiba. Hexa walks up and ensnares them all in magic circles. And now you're coming with me, she says before smiling at me. I'll drop them off at the house. You keep looking, I'll come back with Vala, she says, and I nod. She takes them back to the house as I continue searching for the black-winged bastard. If my annoyance was already quite high, it's bucking maxed out right now. Growling, I sit down on a bench, finding nothing. I clench my fist as I feel someone touch my shoulder. Turning, I see Hexa sat next to me with a smile on her face. Vala is approaching and waves at us, a small smile on her face. We'll find him. I know we will, Hexa says as I kiss her. We separate as I move back a bit before a light spear impales between us. I look where it was thrown and it's him. Kokabeel. I see his eyes scoff at us before he vanishes. My hand clenches, my nails drawing blood. I look at Hexa, who nods at me as we follow his scent. I spread my dragon wings, as Vala does the same with divine dividing as we all take off, Hexa using magic to fly. Visser, get everyone ready, we found him and tracking the target. Vala yells into a communication circles. I fly faster, breaking the sound barrier with pure muscle power and rage. I track him to the school and land with a crater forming by my feet. I look around, not seeing the rogue cadre. I see Hexa land next to me, as does Vala. I hear laughing as all three of us turn to see Kokabeel looking down on us. So, the weakest white dragon empress, the strongest red dragon emperor, and the apocalyptic beast in one place. How delightful! He taunts as my eye twitches. Come down here, you coward! I yell as he laughs his head off. Hexa trembles on the spot as a blood-red aura forms around her. You killed her! You killed one of the only people to accept me, and you laugh at it like she means nothing. She says, her eyes start glowing. She glares at the rogue cadre with absolute hatred. For that you die! She yells, firing hundreds of orbs at the cadre. Kokabeel laughs like a madman before creating a shield in front of him. The orbs hit the barrier and get blocked. Vala fires Power of Desolation. The beam of black energy hits the shield, which strains it further. Vala, now! I say as we charge ahead. Balance break, we both yell as red and white envelope us respectively. We enter out scale, males as we rocket to the cadre. Boost Drake calls out as I land an uppercut on the fallen. Vala axe kicks him, divide Albion calls out as Kokabeel weakens. We go to hit him again, but he grabs us by the necks and slams our helmets together. He then throws us to the floor as our scale mails shatter. Hexa channels a spell but gets stuck in a magic circle. I can't move! Hexa yells as I look on in worry. Vala, help out Hexa, I'm kicking his ass into the ground. I yell, activating my scale mail again and rushing Kokabeel. He throws several light spears my way, which I plow right through as I sock him right in the jaw. He tries to grab me, but I back off and fire 3 dragon shots point blank into his chest. Ha ha ha, this is what I've been wanting for decades. Kokabeel cackles, showing himself unharmed as I growl. Just die already! I yell before rushing him. He scoffs and backhands me, sending my body into the ground and taking me out of balance breaker. Getting up, I see Vala trying to dispel the circle around Hexa before it glows a bright yellow. The circle starts shocking her as she screams in pain, causing Vala to back up in surprise. Her powers go haywire as the ground around her body begins to disintegrate. A large force is blasted, uprooting trees as she roars into the sky, a primordial hell coming from her. I look at her with fear in my eyes as I try to help her. I reach out with my right arm to grab her and pull her out. As I do, my hand starts to burn as I reach out to help her. I pull it back as I see the magical burns in my right hand. I go to try again, but Drake stops me. Issei, stop, if you try and touch her you'll both die, Drake says as I glare at Kokabeel. Summon my sacred gear, I fly up to him, but he swats me away. Pathetic, all beings are lower than the mighty fallen angels, he declares as he increases the power of the spell in Hexa. Her screams get louder and more intense as an image of her real form appears behind her, towering over everything as it roars into the sky. The force cracks the ground further, as large fragments of the earth fly up into the air. Glaring at Kokabeel, it is here I feel something inside me snap as I look at him with absolute loathing. Valid POV. I watch as golden energy swirls around Issei as I slowly get up. His hair goes darker with golden streaks running through it as well as the red ones. I look at his once emerald eyes to see them replaced by heterochromatic eyes, black and gold. His wings pops out, the red fading away to black with gold accents, though they still retain a crimson hue near the edges. The boosted gear reacts as gold lightning causes the boosted gear's spikes glow with energy before it forms his balance breaker. Dragon Booster, Crescent Liberation, Drake calls out as the red armor become black and the orbs go a shiny gold. Issei blitzes towards Kokabeel as I get to my feet. Scale Male Crescent Circle Mode, Drake declares as Issei teleports behind of the cadre. He rips off one of his wings, which make Kokabeel break the spell on Hexa. I run up to her and grab the girl as she twitches slightly. Issei then axe kicks him into the dirt before slamming down, 2 more wings coming off. Issei picks up the battered fallen and chucks him up. He fires 10 beams of red and gold swirling energy which tear into Kokabeel's body. Issei looks down upon the bleeding and broken Kokabeel before aiming his hand at his prey. Die, he says darkly as he fires a pure black beam into him, deleting him from existence. He looks up while standing dead still as the black fades away, returning to its brilliant red coloration, orbs back to being green. Issei looks over to us and sees Hexa before running to us, armor vanishing. Whilst his sacred gear went back to normal, his hair and eyes haven't. Hexa, he calls out, taking the girl into his arms. Hexa opens her eyes, which are slits. Hexa, what's WR? Issei tries to say as we both get blasted back by a wave of force. Hexa floats in the air slightly as she looks at us with zero emotions on her face. She points her hand out towards Issei as magic begins to gather on her palm. Hexa, what's gotten into you? Issei yells as Hexa gains a manic grin, showing her sharp teeth. She fires a large beam which Issei avoids. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker Drag calls out as I manage to stand up. I get scared as I no longer see Hexa, the girl that helped me betray Trihexa, the Apocalyptic Beast. Issei, now clad in his scale mail, rushes Trihexa to stop her whilst I watch from the floor. I try and think of what is happening when it clicked. The spell. Whatever Kokabeel did to her has caused Hexa to revert back to her original self. I look to my side as Asia pops up. What happened? Why are they fighting? She asks me as I look at the two fight. Kokabeel did something to Hexa. I don't know what to do. I cry out as Asia stops for a moment. Whatever it is plaguing her mind. I can cleanse it, but I'll need assistance, she says as I nod. Balance break, I call out as my armor forms over me. What do you need? I ask as Asia smiles. We need to hold her in place. Once that is done, you must divide the connection of whatever plagues her to her mind. Have Issei boost the power of the cleansing spell I'll cast, she says as I nod, rocketing into the air. Getting behind Hexa, I silently apologize as I axe kick her to the floor. Issei, Asia can cleanse, but we need to immobilize her first, I say, and he nods. Chains of damnation, I yell as shackles form in Hexa, holding her to the ground. Dragon's will, Issei roars as a green aura overtakes Hexa's red one. A similar one appears on Issei as he strains a bit. Boost X 100 Drag yells as Issei's aura flares. Hexa tries to break free but fails, thrashing wildly against the aura and my chains. Asia now, I yell as Asia's body glows gold. A massive golden magic circle forms below Hexa as a bright light fills the area. Divide X20, Albion calls out as Hexa screams in pain. Hold on, Hexa, Issei says as the light intensifies. Soul cleanse, Asia yells as 16 beams encircle her and spiral toward her screaming body. The moment they converge, a blast happens as we all get knocked back. Issei and I get knocked to the floor and out of our balance breakers. We all get up off the ground to see Hexa slowly floating to the ground, eyes closed. Issei runs up to her and catches her as she falls. Hexa? Are you there? He asks as he brushes her face. I look at Asia and smile. I'm guessing you also held everyone back from coming here? I ask and she nods. Yes, I knew that the powers at play would be damaging to any less than ultimate class, she says as Hexa starts to wake up. I see? Hexa asks and he nods. It's me, Hexa, it's me. He gets out as they both hug. I smile before seeing red and gold sparks surround the two. I back off as an energy twister surrounds them before vanishing, taking them both with it. Issei? Hexa? Where'd you go? I call out hoping for an answer, but got none. Oh no, what's happened? I ask before Asia teleports us back to explain what has happened. Issei POV. We look around to see a completely white void around us. Hexa looks reminiscent here as I glance at her. Hexa, what's wrong? I ask and she sighs. This was my prison, she says, and I walk up to her. I hold her close to me as she refuses to turn around. The very place I was locked away for centuries. She continues as I turn her around, yet she refuses to look me in the eye. Hexa, look at me, I say as she does. You are not alone. Not anymore. You are not the same being that was locked up in this place. And you never will be, I tell her as she shakes her head a little. I go to rub my hand against her cheek, but she backs off. I see, stop. You're wrong. I'm still the Apocalyptic Beast. The one fated to try and destroy everything, she says as I look at her. I killed Mom, I caused Kokabeel to find you. I nearly killed you and Vala. I destroyed your arm. I've ruined enough. She cries as I try to get closer, but she steps away. It's here I notice my arm has yet to heal properly as it still burns with Hexa's magic. Issei, kill me, she says, and I feel my heart stop. What? Why would I do that? I say accusingly as Hexa cries. I don't want to hurt the people I care about directly or not. She sobs, falling to her knees and bawling her eyes out. I've caused you so much pain. I put everyone on edge with me being near them, she says, refusing to look at me. I take a step forward as she remains on her knees. Issei, please just end it. Save everyone. Kill me, she says as I remain quiet. I stand directly in front of her before kneeling down and hugging her. You're wrong. Everything you just said. It's wrong. You didn't kill Mom. I didn't and will never blame you for what happened. I'd be no better than Kokobile in my eyes if I killed you. I say as she freezes to my touch. I've already lost my mom. Don't make me lose the second most important person in my life. I yell as tears swell in my own eyes. Don't make me kill the woman I love. The woman I want to stand by until we die together. I say as Hexa rests her head in the crook of my neck. We look each other in the eyes as I kiss her again, this time lasting much longer than any other kiss we've shared. As we do, I feel a rush of power flow through both of us as Hexa clutches her heart, falling to the floor. Hexa, I call out as an orb drifts down from the sky. I sense the raw power coming from it as it then slams itself into Hexa. I get pushed back as a large red beam fires up and shatters the white void around us. The area around us is revealed as a swirling endless void, filled with energy that seems outright uncontrollable. I look where Hexa was to see she standing there, her back facing me. I look at Hexa as she turns around slowly. When we lock eyes, I see that her left eye is now a deep golden. We walk up to each other as she grabs my hand and looks at me. I see, thank you, she says as the scene changes so that we are on a cliffside facing a sunset. We sit down on the edge and watch the setting sun as I feel my pocket and notice I still have it. A few days after Rias was ousted from Ko, I decided to try something. I asked Barakwil and Azazel for help on this, and they held nothing back. Azazel even helped me make what is in my pocket. I look back to Hexa, who rests her head on my shoulder. Hey, we match, she says, noticing her own eye color as I pull out a mirror and chuckle. So we do, I say as we sit there. Reminds me of the time 7 years ago, I say as Hexa chuckles. Yeah, first time I saw an ocean up close. I didn't want to leave. I wanted to stay there and watch the sunset for eternity, she says as I smile softly. I take a deep breath before standing up. Hexa doing the same. Now or never. Go on, son. You can do it, Drake whispers to me as I force away any doubt. I look Hexa in the eyes as she does the same to me. Hexa, I mean what I said before. I want to stand by you for all eternity. From now till the day we die, I say, and she smiles. And I have the proof, I say, reaching into my pocket and pulling out a small black box. We've known each other for 12 years. We may have only started dating, but in the time we have been a couple, everything just felt right, I say as she nods. I know, sure, we were helping Vala, but I still enjoyed being in your company even more so now, she says as I smirk. Even after what, 10 minutes ago? I ask, and she sighs. I was being emotional, ironic, I know, she says as I kiss her forehead. You were, but that's what I love about you. You want others to be happy, thinking you don't deserve because of who you are, I say as Hexa tries to interrupt, but I shush her. Out of everyone in this world, you deserve the most happiness, so, I say before dropping to one knee. Hexa's face shows surprise as her hands cover her mouth. Hexa, will you marry me? I ask as I open the box, showing a ring. The ring was a polished black metal engraved with red etching along the band. The jewel was a fragment of one of the Boosted Gear's jewels, now laced with gold as a small dragon head holds the gem in place. Hexa starts crying again, taking the ring. Yes, 100. No, 1,000 times yes, she says. I help put the ring on her finger as she latches onto me before kissing me again. I grab her by the waist as we stay there for what feels like years. We separate as we rest our foreheads against each other. Another magic circle pops up beneath us as we get transported away. Looking around, we see us back in the house with everyone breathing sighs of relief. I look to see Azazel and Surzex here, but Surzex seems more focused on Hexa. Damn kids, gave us quite the scare, Azazel comments as Valo crash tackles both of us. Don't do that again, you hear me? She cries as we pat her back. Valet pulls away as Azazel notices the ring on Hexa's finger. Looks like they had a pretty good reason to disappear for a bit. So, when's the wedding? He asks, and everyone sees the ring. Give us a moment, Azazel, A lot has happened today, so cut me some slack, I say as Azazel nods. Wait, you two are getting married? Aquino asks and I nod. Yep, I can't be happier, Hexa says as I smile. Vala told me what happened with Kokabeel. You alright, Hexa? Azazel asks as she nods. Surzex coughs and looks at both of us. I believe there is something else that needs to be addressed. Namely the fact that the son of Krum Kruch and the 666 are standing in front of us. He says as everyone shrugs. I've known for ages. Why do you think we have such a good relationship? Azazel comments as Aquino nods. I already knew as well. Though it's not much of a surprise compared to Asia here being God's reincarnation, she says as I hear glass shatter. I turn my head to see Zenobia and Irina standing in the doorway. Both of their eyes widen beyond belief. What? Irina says, absolutely confused, as Asia chuckles before going into her robes and guiding the exorcists out the room. A spew of apologies follows suit. I shrug as Surzex looks at both of us. How can we know they won't backstab us? Krum Kruch is the strongest evil DRA. He gets shut up, not by me but by Drake socking him the jaw. Talk shit about my mate. I dare you, Lucifer, Drake snarls as I sigh. I will not take you spreading lies and deceits about my son and his fiancée. Try me and I'll rip your eye. Stop her by bonking Drake on the head and pointing at Kyrie. Mom, no swearing in front of Kyrie, I say, and she sighs. After that fiasco, I enter my room with Hexa as she hugs me. In silence we get changed as I lay down, Hexa following as she cuddles up next to me, once again naked. Hey, I see, she says as I look at her. Thank you so much for being there for me, she says as I kiss her forehead. And you? I love you, Hexa, I say as she snuggles up. I love you too. I love you so much, she tells me lovingly as we both drift off to sleep. Planning and familiar forest. The next day I'm sat with Hexa, who is cuddling up next to me, snake tongue flicking out periodically. Smiling, I rub her head as she snuggles closer into my chest. Vala shows up with a small smile on her face. Vala's, what's up? I ask as she beams at me. My peerage and I managed to claim the next visit to the familiar forest in 5 days. Want to come with? She asks and I stop to think. Yeah, why the hell not? I say as Hexa does a small nod. I'd like a familiar. Better sells my archmage alias, she tells us, and I nod. Vala sits down in front of us and looks at me. Issei, what happened to you yesterday? Why was the boosted gear black? She asks as Drake pops out and sits next to Vala. Allow me. Everyone here knows that Issei is Krom's son, correct? She asks and we all nod. Yeah, what about it, Mom? I ask and she smiles at me. It means you were already half dragon. Though from what I found out, your draconic side was sealed. Likely by Krom's own doing. Hence why I didn't know before I saw that image, she says, and Hexa sits up. I'm guessing the fight with Kokabeel broke the seal? Hexa suggests, but Drake shakes her head. No, it was dispelled. We all sit there for a minute before it clicks. He was watching? I ask and Drake shrugs. Possibly. That or it dispelled on its own after you reached a certain power level, Drake says, and I nod. What I do know is that you can use crescent circle magic. In other words, dark magic. She stares as I hold my hand out. A black flame with golden streaks runs through it as I stare into the fire. What's so special about it? I ask and she smiles at the magical fire. Dark magic is enhanced elemental magic, costing more from the user but for a massive increase to its effectiveness. Krom's, and now your, affinity for dark magic makes standard elemental magic look like child's play, she says, and I nod. I dispel the fire. You also have access to crescent circle mode, a form similar to apocalypse mode though much weaker in comparison, as you can activate it whenever. It amplifies your affinity for dark magic and increases physical strength. Drake finishes as I nod. I look at Hexa, who is messing around on her phone. Speaking of power, what happens back there, Hexa, in your former cell? I ask and she puts her phone down. Oh, that. I kinda got my full strength back, she says as we all look at her in shock. Wait, you've been weakened all this time? Vala asks and she nods. Apparently so. I didn't realize until I got it back. Though I could call on my full power in a pinch, but I ran the risk of reverting to my old self as I did back with Kokabeel. Now though, I don't have to worry. She explains as Drake sighs. Alright, how much power was gone from you? I can't tell the difference. Drake asks and Hexa thinks for a moment. I'd say about 75% of my full power was locked away. 25% puts me as the strongest heavenly dragon. Full power, I'm back as strongest being to exist, she says proudly and we chuckle. I lean back as I look at my right hand. Thanks to Asia it has been fully healed up, no scar at all. Hexa sees me looking at it and looks away. Hexa, I don't blame you for my hand, or for you going nuts. It was my idea to stick my hand into your manic aura and Kokabeel curse your mind, I say and she still looks away. I know but I can't help but feel some guilt, she says and I bring her into my lap. Enough of that. I'm not letting my future wife mope about like a brooding teenager, I tell her and she nods. Thank you, love, she says and I give her a soft smile. She snuggles into my lap, falling asleep, as Vala chuckles at me, Drake doing the same. So son, when will you start planning the wedding? Drake asks and I smile. Gonna start today. Hoping you and Barraquil could help us, I ask and she smiles. Issei, you don't have to ask. I'd love to. After all I did plan my own with your father, she says and I nod. Can I help? Vala asks and I laugh. Sure Vala. More the merrier, I say as I move Hexa off me and put her next to me as we start planning the wedding. It wouldn't be massive. More withdrawn and private. Make it special. Definitely not happening in a church. We start talking about different areas for it to be before Vala gets called for something and Drake having to enter my sacred gear again. I go to close my eyes and sleep with my fiancé when a communication circle pops up. Rainier shows herself in it, and I smile. Hey Ray, haven't heard from you in a while, I say and she scoffs. Well, I've been busy dealing with paperwork for Azazel. Death of a cadre, even if said cadre was rogue and deserved it, is a big deal, you know, she retorts and I chuckle softly. What's up? I ask and she smiles. Came to give you my congrats on getting hooked up. You've set the Gregory ablaze with people wanting to ask you about it, she says and I sigh. I can only imagine, I say as she laughs. Anyway, I got word that Serzex has done something about Ko. I think he's putting a devil in charge of it again. My bets say Vala, she says and I nod. Most likely Azazel wouldn't mind it either considering Vala is his surrogate daughter, I say and she agrees. I'll drink to that. I best get going, looks like you're a bit occupied, she says before we say goodbye and the call disconnects. Groaning I lean back on the couch as I see Hexa still sleeping peacefully. Love you Hexa, I say before drifting off. Time skip. We spend the next 2 days discussing wedding plans, now with Hexa's thoughts on the matter. It is also here that I notice 3 people are gone from the house. Hey, where are Irina, Zenobia and Asia? I ask and Vala sighs. After you and Hexa went upstairs, Asia came through informing us that she'll be going to return to heaven for a while. Remarking that if you need something done right, do it yourself. Never thought I'd hear wait as Asia, who is the biblical god, technically my great-great-grandmother, she says and I pause at that. Now that you mention it, yes she is, I say and she pauses. Huh, how about that? She says as Azazel laugh at the interaction. Never though I'd see the 2 heavenly dragons so casual with each other, he says as I deadpan at him. Because we both share a common enemy, I say and he raises an eyebrow. Who might that be? He asks as Drake shows herself. The white haller catch that ruins everyone's lives, she says. Insulting Albion in Welsh as a blue light appears on Vala's hand. Before he can even say a thing, Drake yells at it. Car Buckeye Fini Ast Sesneg Rydychgn Eskis Pathetic Dine Uchai Chweri Mun Brydychgn Kunt Hylomea Fy Mice Bach Yn Fwy Naur Eskis Trist HWNWO Beth Rydychgn Alwen Gileag, she yells at Vala's hand, her eyes glowing a vivid green. The light dies down instantly as Drake smiles victoriously. We looks at her in shock as she stands there. What? Did I say something? She asks and I nod. Yeah, a lot. In Welsh. You kinda went all out with verbal insults. I say as Azazel nods. I'll spare the details, but I think we won't be bothered by Albion any time soon. Azazel comments as I nod. Vala looks at us confused. What did she say? Vala asks as we shake her head. You don't want to wait, how did you not understand that? I ask and Drake smiles. I blocked out her understanding of Welsh for that tirade of truth towards the cracker. So as she doesn't feel attacked, Drake says before standing next to Hexa. Before Vala comments in it again, I interrupt. Well, now that has happened, we should focus on the task at hand, planning the wedding. I say and Azazel shakes his head. Already covered. You can thank Barakweel for that. The wedding will be ready for whenever you want it in a month, he says and I nod. Oh no, I'm helping with this. I'm making sure my son's wedding is perfect, Drake says, getting a serious look in her eyes. Azazel nods, fearing that she may rip into him like she did Albion moments ago. With a smile, Drake enters back into the sacred gear. Okay, so what now? I ask and Vala taps my shoulder. Issei, you mind sparring with me? I want to get a better feel for my balance breaker, she says and I nod. Before we leave, Azazel stops. Almost forgot here, for the three of you, he yells as he gives us a glowing orb each. Vala's was blue with a white glow to it, and a pattern on its surface similar to sword cuts. Hexa's was red in the center, fading to an orange in a lava pattern. Mine was a mix between red, gold and black, which swirled around the orb like a vortex. They then get absorbed into our bodies as we check where the orb entered. Seeing nothing, I look at Azazel, who smiles. Don't worry. Nothing bad, I swear. Just a small power-up for the three of you, he says, but Hexa raises an eyebrow at him. I need a power-up, why? She asks and he shrugs. I think you'll appreciate the benefit, Hexa. Now off you go. Got some tests to run if you don't mind, he says before kicking us out his office and back into the house. Vala looks at me and Hexa before sighing. You ready, Issei? She asks and I nod. We enter the training room Asia built, capable of handling the extreme powers that will be used in it, and enter our balance breakers. Boostrade calls out as I coat my hands in dark fire. Vala covers her body in an aura of desolation, making the armor look gray. We charge at each other and both connect a fist to the other's helmet. Penetrate, Drake yells as I launch Vala back. She gets up and cracks her neck. Divide, her sacred gear yells as my powers weaken. Smirking under my helmet, I punch the ground as dark ice shoots out of it. I blitz forward and do an axe kick, sending Valley into the forming spike. She releases a blast of her demonic power, shattering the ice as she lands on her feet. I back up as lightning courses around my gauntlets. Boost X50, Drake announces as Vala audibly gulps. I rush forward, leaving streaks of black and gold lightning as I tackle Vala. Divide X20 rings out as she tries to throw me off. I pin her arms down and headbutt her, shattering her helmet. Mine dissipates and I smile at her. I win, I say and she huffs. Cheater, she says and I chuckle. I let her up as he exit balance breaker. How is using my dark magic cheating? You were using your power of desolation, I remark and she pauses. Because damn it. She relents as I laugh. She eventually joins in as we head upstairs. The next day, both myself and Hexa go over to Vala, who smiles at us. You two ready to go? She asks and we nod. We head to the ORC where her peerage awaits for us. I see Kyrie having her hair brushed by Ophelia as Rosetta is drawing. Saphira and Visser are playing a game of cards as they hear the door close. Alright, you five ready to go? Vala asks and they drop everything they're doing. Kyrie tackles Vala into a hug which she reciprocates, making the kitsune smile. We're ready, big sis, she says as Ophelia chuckles. She's been excited to go since this morning. She acting like someone gave her caffeine, the knight says as Rosetta grabs the kitsune. Yeah, but who can blame her? We all want a familiar badly, the redhead remarks. Visser and Saphira walk to us with smiles. Well, what are we waiting for? Visser asks rhetorically as Vala transports us to the familiar forest. We get there as Hexa and I look around. We'll split up and let you six find yours, We'll meet up after we got ours, Hexa says as we walk off into the woodland. Hexa grabs my hand and leans into my shoulder as we continue onward. Maybe we should have it here. It's nice, peaceful, secluded, she says as I kiss her forehead. Azazel has got it covered. No need to worry, I say as we both hear rustling. We turn in that direction as a wolf head with white fur pops out of the bush, then another, and another. A Cerberus? I question as it tackles Hexa, all three heads licking her face. I hold back a laugh as Hexa pulls the hound off her. Looks like your familiar found you, I tell her, and she smiles. Hey there, little guy, want to be my familiar? She asks, and it barks at her with all three heads. She uses her magic to make the binding circle, which creates a collar around each of the heads' neck. There, now what to call you? She says to herself as I smirk. I notice that the fur on its body is emitting cold air as I look at its paws to see ice. Odd for a Cerberus to be so linked to the cold, I point out as Hexa notices the oddities. Frost, that's your new name, she says as its tail wags like crazy. We set off again, now with Frost following us as we reach a large cave. The boosted gear pops out as I look at it. Mom, what's wrong? I ask as I can feel her glaring into the cavern. Tiamat, she's in there, she says as I look at her. She pops out of the boosted gear and grabs a rock. She wins her back before tossing it, breaking the sound barrier as she does so. We hear footsteps walking out as a blue western dragon walks out. Who threw that? She yells as Drake growls. Who do you think, you blue-haired boar? Drake yells as I back up slightly. The dragon, now known as Tiamat, recoils at the name and stares at Drake. Shut up, you redneck hitch, she yells as Hexa grabs Frost protectively as we back up. Both dragonesses are glaring at each other, draconic aura exuding from both of them before they both laugh up a storm. Drake falls to the floor as Tiamat crumples up and is enveloped in blue light. There in her place is an identical version of Drake, though her hair is blue and is let down, that and her eyes are a soft turquoise. Drake sits up as does the color swap of herself. How's it been, sis? Drake asks as Hexa and I gawk. Not bad, how about you? Tiamat replies as Drake shrugs. Oh, you missed a lot, little sister. I walk up as I look at Drake. What the hell have I missed? I ask and Drake chuckle. Oh. This is Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon Queen, and my little sister, Drake says as Tiamat slouches. Twins, might I add, she grumbles as I facepalm with the boosted gear. Tiamat notices that and looks at Drake. So he's your host? She asks and Drake nods. Yep, oh, speaking of which, I got some news, she says as Tiamat crosses her arms. And what would that be? She asks as Drake gets giddy. Crom's alive, she tells the Dragon Queen, who looks down. I knew that. I'm guessing you also know he's an evil dragon? Tiamat says as Drake clenches her fists. Why does everyone say that? He isn't. I know he isn't, Drake says, tearing up slightly, as Tiamat puts an arm on her shoulder. I don't know why, but he fits the bill for one in everything but one category. He still seems sane, acting more on grief and anger, it looks like. Tiamat says as Drake sniffles, before nodding. Tiamat looks at me and stops, seeing my hair and eyes. Why do you look like him? She asks me and I sigh. I'm his son, I say as Tiamat stops. Tia, before you flip, let me explain, Drake says as Drake tells her what happened. The look on the Dragon Queen goes from anger to remorseful to shocked. If he sees you as his new mother, then her face lights up as she tackles me. I'm an and I stay on the floor dead still as Hexa giggles at the scene. Then comes the rabble. I am barely able to keep up with Tiamat rambling as I blink in surprise. Tia, don't give my son a panic attack. We've got enough on our plate to begin with. Drake pulls the Dragon Queen off me as I stand up. Sorry, I guess I got caught in the moment, she tells me as I shrug. Hexa walks up as Drake wraps her shoulder around my fiancée. And this, Tia, is your new niece, Trihexa, though she prefers Hexa. Drake informs Tiamat, who looks between us all. The Apocalyptic Beast? My niece? She says, processing the new info as Drake chuckles. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Hexa says as I smile. Tia, the pleasure is mine. Wow, she remarks, looking at Hexa with shock. What are you lot doing here then? She asks as I step up. We were looking for familiars. We passed your cave when Drake left the sacred gear and tossed a rock at you. I say, and she nods. How did you come here? None of you are devils, she asks as Hexa smiles. We have a friend who is Vala Lucifer. She also is Albion's host, she says as Tiamat's eyes darken. He's here. Where? She says darkly as Drake holds her still. Hold on, Tia, Valley is on our side. By that I mean we all here hate Albion, she says as Tia raises an eyebrow. We spend the next few minutes explaining the month prior with Vala as Tia look at us mouth agape. Wow, I knew he was cruel, but to not care about a child dying, he's a monster, Tia says as we all nod. Mom gave him a reason not to bother us for a while at least. A 30-second Welsh rant does that to someone, I say, and Tia face palms. Really, sis? You went Welsh on him? She remarks as Drake gives Tiamat a stern look. You'd have done the same but in Gaelic. Don't lie, she retorts as Tia tries to counter but fails. Point taken, she says as Tia looks at me. Issei, was it? You said you were in need of a familiar? She asks me and I nod. Yeah, I am, I say, and she walks up to me. Well then, I shall become your familiar. Family sticks together, she says as I sigh. But you're my aunt? I say, and she shrugs. Yes, and? She asks as I look at Drake, who shrugs. All right, I'll do it, I say as my magic circle appears under her. A moment passes as the contract completes. We track Vala's peerage down as we see everyone sat there bar two. Visser is grooming a falcon, Saphira is petting a blue fox spirit, Ophelia has a bat on her shoulder, and Rosetta is resting against a fiery wolf. I look to see Vala and Kyrie aren't here, which concerns me slightly. Where's Vala and Kyrie? I ask, and Visser sighs at me. We don't know. We think they went further into the forest. We called for them, but we got no response. The familiar master says we'll have to stay put while Sir tries to find them both. She tells me as I look at her. Do you know which way they went? I ask, and she points south. I think there is a lake that way. Make sure they're safe, she tells me as Drake re-enters the gear. Hexa, Tiamat, stay here. I'll be back, I say as I take off into the sky. I find the lake a minute later as I land near the edge. Looking around, I don't see any signs of Kyrie or Vala, which worries me slightly. Vala, Kyrie? Can you hear me? I call out as I hear giggling. I follow it as I find another large cave. This one though has a stream flowing through it. Careful, Issei. Whatever is in there, its big drag warms me as I slowly walk in. The sound of giggling gets louder as I get closer to the source. I reach a corner as I ready to fight whatever is behind it. Summoning the boosted gear, I turn the corner only to be extremely surprised. Kyrie is petting a hydra. A bucking hydra. Its 5 heads are nuzzling her small body as I see Vala sat on a rock in shock as well. Ahem, mind explaining what I'm seeing? I ask as Kyrie turns to see me. Big brother, look, I got a familiar, she says as I feel Drake goes slack-jawed. She tamed a hydra. How? She asks as I shrug. Send just some maybe? I don't know, Vala says as we all leave the cave. We return to the others as everyone, including Tiamat and Hexa, show the same shock. Hydras are incredibly aggressive. How is this one docile? Hexa asks as we shrug. No idea, I say as Vala shakes her head. Vala, did you find one for yourself? I ask and she looks down. No, I can't find none, she says as Tiamat laughs. We look at her as she smiles. Oh, don't worry, girlie. Just turn around and look up. Your familiar found you, she says as we all look up, and behind Vala. There on the wall is nothing. I look at Tiamat with a raised eyebrow. Tiamat, there's nothing, I say, and she points. I follow her finger and see it. A bird, it's atop a brand in the cliff staring at Vala. It swoops down as Vala holds her arm out. The bird lands on her forearm as I notice the appearance of the bird. A phoenix? No, a dark phoenix, I say, and Tiamat nods. Yep. The sole familiar of the original Lucifer. Now familiar by right to Vala. If I remember correctly, she's called Nova, she explains as Vala pets the bird. Nova chirps back as Vala forms the contract. She smiles at us as she warps us back home as the peerage disperses. I head upstairs with Hexa next to me as Drake leaves the gear. You two get some rest. I'll hang with Tia for a bit, she tells us as we both nod and head to bed. Peace meeting gone wrong. The rest of the week goes as expected nowadays. We finish school, deal with whatever is attempting to ruin the peace, and rinse and repeat until we gouge our eyes out with spoons because we want to break the monotonous cycle of boredom. Sure, Hexa and I's wedding is coming up, but we can both admit that something needs to happen. I open the front door and walk in to see Hexa speaking with Vala, who has a blush on her face. You'll be fine, Vala. Everything will go just right, she explains as I raise an eyebrow. What's going on? I ask, and Hexa gains a devilish smirk. Girl talk. Something that no man can listen in on, she says as Drake pops out of the sacred gear. Can I get a read in on this? She asks as Hexa nods. You can, Mom, but you can't tell I see, she says as I deadpan. Alright, I get it. I'm not wanted here at this time. I'll be in the basement if you need me, I say before entering the gym. I start doing my daily workout as it is still an early morning on a Saturday when the door opens and Kyrie walks in. Hey Kyrie, what's up? I ask as she shuffles a little in place. Big brother, can I go home? She asks as I kneel down in front of her. You want to go back to Kyoto? I'm not against it, but why? I ask as she looks at me pleadingly. I want to see my mom. I haven't seen her in years, she admits as I nod. I'll talk to Sirzex to see if we can visit Kyoto, okay? I say, and she nods with a smile on her face. She gives me a big hug before rushing upstairs as I smile at the girl. Seems we'll be making a kid soon, very happy, Drake says as I look at my hand. Mom, I thought you were upstairs talking to the others, I say as she chuckles. She was until I arrived, Tiamat says from behind me. I see. Anything you want of me then? I ask as she shakes her head. Just came to check up on my nephew. Am I not allowed to do that? She asks as I chuckle. We talk for a little bit, basic family stuff, when we hear commotion upstairs. The hell is that? I ask before heading up there to go check, Drake entering my body again and Tiamat staying down there to train a little. Once upstairs I see the kitchen entrance has scorch marks as I sigh. Walking in I see Hexa, who is covered in soot. Hexa, sweetie, we already discussed your ineptitude with cooking, I comment as she pouts. I wanted to make you something. I am going to be your wife soon, so why not? She questions as I smile. Alright, how about we do it together and I owe to help you as much as I can, I say, going up next to Hexa and helping her cook. Luckily, since we are the only two in the house at the moment with Vala taking her peerage stray hunting, we don't have to cook for 1-0. Rather, only 3. Tiamat comes in to see me helping Hexa with the stove as she chuckles. Seems you got your father's knack for cooking, she tells me as I shrug before serving up for the 3 of us. Dinner is uneventful as expected, with us just talking about the upcoming wedding, so on and so forth. That was until a letter drops in the center of the table, making me pick it up and read it. You have been requested at the peace treaty ceremony happening 2 days from now at sunset. The location is Co Academy's meeting room. We ask both yourself and your betrothed join along with Vala Lucifer and her peerage. 4 devil kings, it reads as I sighs. Great, just another problem I have to deal with, I grumble as Hexa reads it. Really? 2 days? We were planning a date for then, she pouts as Tiamat sighs. Not surprised considering it's Hestrongus Red Dragon Emperor and the Apocalyptic Beast. Kinda set yourself up for this kind of thing, she says as I run my hand down my face in annoyance. This better be worth it. We'll do it in 4 days, Hexa, supernatural be damned, I tell her as she smiles QT me, her tongue coming out for a moment. We head upstairs to sleep as Hexa cuddles up next to me before looking me in the eye. Do you think something will go wrong? She asks as I nod my head. Something always does, bound to happen, I say before we both fall asleep. 2 days pass as we now stand around a large table with several of the faction leaders present. Vala and her lot stand by Azazel, along with Aquino and Chiron, as Kiba stands on the devil's side. Myself and Hexa stand near the walls, not really listening. I have a mental conversation with Drake whilst hearing Hexa hum a song stuck in her head. You've been watching Kill La Kill again, haven't you? I ask quietly as she looks at me. Hey, it's a good show. Lots of fan service, but a good show nonetheless. She counters as I shrug. Meh, Russian Badger is better. I comment as she nods. Yeah, he's too funny. Plus his choices of games are great, she says as I smile. Seen his one on Fallout, New Vegas? I ask and Hexa nods. Of course I have. Unstoppable Moron makes Nuclear Wasteland noticeably worse. What about his Medal of Honor video? She says smugly as I scoff. Taking Omaha Beach within 1911. Seen it twice. I counter as coughing gets out attention. We look at them table to see the leaders are unamused, with the exception of Azazel and Asia. Vala and her peerage who holding back their chuckles as Aquino smiles at them us. Serzek sighs before addressing us. So, what are our opinions of our guests of honor? He asks as I smile. I just want to live my life with Hexa, nothing more. Can't do that when we're at war, so I gotta go peace. I say as she nods. I second that opinion. Nothing else really matters to me, she says as all three of the leaders nod their head. So, I guess this meeting is over? Asia asks as a shift in power triggers. Everyone bar the leaders, Vala, Kyrie, myself and Hexa get frozen in time. What the hell? I ask looking out the window. We see hundreds of mages, with the central figure standing proud, their eyes glowing. Forbidden Bela view. That explains a lot. Azazel comments as I sigh. Vala, you ready to take on some mages? I ask as she nods, smiling. You're on. She yells, entering Balance Breaker and dashing at the group. I jump out the window, activating Balance Breaker. Crescent Circle Mode Drake calls out as my armor turns black with gold edging. Gathering dark fire in my hands, I unleash a torrent of flames at the mages who get turned to ashes before charging at two unlucky victims. I looks at the mage with Bela view before an idea comes to mind. Issei, are you planning on that? Drake asks me as I smirk under the helmet. Yep, need you to grabs Bela view and absorb it, I say before launching Balance Breaker of my body. The startled mages get plowed through by Drake as she heads for the head mage. Once she gets in close, I smirk as she cocks her fist back. Mutta 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 mutta. I yell as she repeatedly punches the mage before sticking her hand into her chest and ripping the sacred gear out. I spot Kateria Leviathan warp, and as an idea enters my mind, Drake begins to absorb the sacred gear as I begin to chuckle, a golden aura appearing around me. Issei, did you just make a... Vala is about to ask as I laugh maniacally. At last, the power of time is mine to control, Iota say as everyone gets worried but Hexa and Vala. Damn it, Issei, Hexa says as a Drake appears behind me. Kateria Leviathan, you shall be the first to witness my true power, he says as the aura gets bigger. You ignorant brat. I am descendant of the original Leviathan. You're weak compared to me, she yells, firing a bunch of magical orbs at him. Drake punches the orbs away as they get knocked aside. Too weak, the world is the ultimate stand, I yell as a pulse of energy is released from Drake. To everyone else, I appear behind Kateria as she tries to block the attack, but Drake repeatedly kicks her. Mutta 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 mutta. I yell as she goes careening into the ground, digging a trench. Now, to end your miserable existence here and now. With my 9 seconds of stop time, I will finish this battle. Zawarudo, I say as time stops. I land softly before chuckling to myself. 1 second has passed, I say before going into the air out of sight. As the seconds go by, I find a suitable item to crush her with before grabbing it and flying back. 6 seconds have passed, I say to scare her before smirking. 7 seconds have passed, I announce as a shadow appears over her. The leaders, Hexa and Vala, unfreeze as I drop with my new toy. Issei is dio, Kateria does not survive. She ended up as a fine paste in the ground as I grin madly. Looking behind me, I see the confused stares of the leaders as Hexa and Vala look disapproving. Really, Issei, a JoJo reference? Hexa asks as I smile. Yes, 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 I call out as she facepalms. Issei, Vala calls out as she begins to walk towards me. Oh, you're approaching me? Instead of running, Awa, I go to say, but she chops my head. No, no more. She scolds as I grumble in annoyance. Fine, ruin my fun. I say as Hexa teleports next to me. Issei, I love you. I really do, but you can be a dumbass sometimes. She comments as I sigh. Alright. On to other news. Mom, how is Baylor View's integration? I ask as Drake forms next to me. Forbidden Baylor View is fully absorbed. Now it's a part of the boosted gear, she says as Hexa smiles. We all look up at the stunned leaders and the others. Now they are unfrozen as Azazel laughs his ass off. Of course you can absorb sacred gears. What next, you learning devil magic? He jokes as I smile. Never know, Azazel. I remark as Hexa perks up, her tongue tasting the air. Something is coming, she says as her eyes dilate slightly. What is it? Vala asks as Hexa visibly tenses up. Something strong, something dark, she says as a massive beam carves through the courtyard. With a quick use of Forbidden Baylor View, I grab Vala and Hexa to dodge the attack. You two okay? I ask as they nod. Vala, protect your peerage. Hexa, with me. I command as I form Balance Breaker. Scanning the area, I bat away. An orb of desolation flies past my head. Well, isn't this exquisite? A voice asks as Rhizavim Lucifer, Vala's grandfather, reveals himself. I glance over to Vala, who is tensed up with fear. Azazel sees this and instantly goes next to her. Rhizavim, he says darkly as he summons a light spear. Ha ha ha, so my pitiful granddaughter seemed aid from the lousy red dragon. How ironic that weakness gathers, he says as my fist gets coated in dark fire. You want to retract that statement before I turn you to ash? I growl, draconian energy coming off my body. Tiamat lands next to him as ice coats her forearms. You okay, Issei? Need a hand? She asks as I look over at Hexa. I already know the outcome, his head on a pike. I roar out as Hexa gathers her magic and casts it at Issei. Fourth seal, Destruction's Will, she yells as my balance breaker glows crimson. Scale Mail, Apocalypse Mode. Both myself and Drake call out as I charge at the super devil. Die, I yell as I uppercut him with the force equivalent of an earthquake. The area around us is destroyed by the force, but Rhizavim smirks evilly. Is that all? He asks as Drake starts boosting. I channel an Oblivion shot as Vala engages Balance Breaker. Abyssal Chains, she yells as Rivazin gets shackled in place. Hexa jumps up next to me as we all charge up an attack. Vala conjures two large blades of abyssal ice which cut into his body as Hexa engulfs him in toxic mist. He coughs as the poison enters his lungs and his blood streams through the cuts made on his body. Where the blades cut across his body begin to freeze as they sap his power away from his body. I absorb the shot I created as I activate Baylor View. My heart resonates, I yells as the crimson aura gets stronger. Heat enough to burn, I say as the aura becomes flames which engulf Balance Breaker. My blood's beat is razor-sharp crimson overdrive. I roar out as I unleash a barrage of energy-infused punches. I resume time as we all channel all our power into a final attack. You won't haunt me anymore, Vala yells as Hexa snarls, embracing her own madness. I will be used as a weapon no longer, she says as his eyes glow with hatred. You should have thought twice before pissing me off, I yell as our auras combine. Now you die, Trinity break, we shout as a beam is fired at Rhizavim. He breaks out the chains as he summons a barrier to block. Divide, 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 divide. Vala makes Albion call out as Rhizavim weakens. Boost, 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 explosion, Drake yells as I empower the attack. It cuts right through Rhizavim as he gets obliterated by the attack. We all depower and land on the floor, exhausted. Vala falls to her hands and knees as I stumble a little. Hexa, though, is a little out of breath. You okay, Vala? Hexa asks as she nods. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just glad that he's gone, she says, looking up at the moon. I did it, I beat him, she says as Manic laughing is let out. Not quite, my dear, though I must say you have impressed me for once, a voice says as standing above them all is Rias, unharmed. What? How'd you survive that? Hexa demands as I glare at him. It was a double, he made us waste our strength. I say as I go to fight, but Drake stops me. Issei, your body can't handle any more strain, she tells me as I grit my teeth. Bastard. I grumble as he fires several beams at us. I tackle Vala so we get out the way as Hexa tanks the hits. Surzex and Azazel go to engage Rias, but they get locked in place by Rias' version of the abyssal chains. Asia fires a few bolts of light at Rias, but he just dodges them. Asia fires a cross of holy fire at him, but a barrier blocks the attack. I fire a dragon shot at the super devil, but it gets backhanded away. The strain on my body gets to me as I fall to one knee as my exhaustion takes over. My, how pathetic! The mighty red dragon falling to its knees in front of me. He says as he boots me in the face. Issei. Hexa calls out as I look to see her pinned by the chains. Trying to stand up, I feel my muscles screaming at me to stop when Rias kicks me again. Now. I'll kill both you and my granddaughter, taking your sacred gears for myself. He yells as he kicks me onto my back. He charges his hand up with power of desolation, ready to rip my heart out. I coat my chest with dark ice as he slams into it, cracking the temporary barrier. He hits it again, which shatters the ice as he laughs. Now die, you filthy dragon! He yells as I close my eyes, awaiting my death. Nothing. Nothing happens. Opening my eyes, I see a man with black/gold hair and very familiar gold eyes. His face was stoic, showing no emotion except for his eyes, which showed concern and rage. That's enough, Issei, let me handle this, the man says as Drake gasps in shock, as does everyone else. See Crom? She asks as he turns to face Rias, who is annoyed. Now I know why he looks so familiar, and why you were in such a rush a few weeks ago. Rias says as Crom Crotch rushes the super devil. At first I thought nothing of you, now I'm going to rip you apart, Crom Crotch growls out as his entire body is coated in a dark aura. This is bad, Surzex says as we watch Crom Crotch charge at the super devil. Rias fires a barrage of magic at the raging dragon, but they do nothing, the dark aura absorbing the magic and growing stronger. Crom punches Rias so hard he shatters the devil's jaw on impact, breaking any means of defense. Everyone, myself and Drake included, watch as Crom shoves his other hand into Rias' gut. I will not waste time on filth like you, he remarks before spewing a torrent of black and gold flames from his mouth onto the devil. Rias' screams of agony cut through the air as with his other hand Crom grabs his throat and shocks him with large bolts of dark lightning. Crom drops the near-dead devil onto the floor as Rias tries to crawl away, leaving a trail of blood as he slowly tries to escape. Crom lands next to the terrified Lucifer and raises his boot before snarling. Good riddance, your monster, he growls before slamming his foot down on Rias' skull. Brain matter splatters everywhere as I begin to feel a small ounce of strength return, enough to stand on my 2 feet. With Rias dead, the chains holding people still are broken as Hexa helps me up. You okay? She asks. I nod slowly. I'll be fine, just need some rest, I say as Tiamat comes to help Hexa. Take it easy, Issei, let us help you out here, she says as they help me sit down on a rock. Crom looks over to me as he looks at the floor, guilt on his face. Seems you aged well, even without me, he says as I groan in annoyance. If I could, I'd knock your teeth out, I growl as he sighs. Seems you have Drake's temper. Not surprised really, he comments as I scowl at the crescent circle dragon. Why did you leave? Mom was devastated. If you stayed, then she wouldn't have died, I yell as he looks away. If I didn't, then both you and your mother were at risk, he says, hands trembling and slowly balling up into fists. My own anger grows as my eyes become slits, making Hexa and Tiamat back off. Bullshit, you could have trained me who would fight the infamous third heavenly dragon. What were we at risk from? I yell as he keep quiet. Answer me, goddammit. I yell, my draconic nature taking over as an aura of crimson, black and gold flows over my whole body. Crom loses his self-control as his aura forms around his body, whilst his eyes glare at me. You were at risk from me, he snaps as he releases some of his magic, cracking the ground. I look in confusion as both our auras calm down, with Crom Crutch's entire body shaking. I could feel my mind beginning to slip into madness, the effect of becoming an evil dragon beginning to take hold. I left so I didn't hurt either of you and so I could get control of myself. When I found out you were attacked and Mickey was killed, I lost it and nearly destroyed an entire country in rage. He explains as I calm down a little. I understand that you're angry, and you have every right to be. I left you and your mother alone, and it costed Mickey her life. I'm not stupid to realize that if I had just told you both of you, maybe something would have been different, he says as I realize something. You thought of Drake, didn't you? I ask as he nods. I summon the gauntlet as he stares at it in confusion. Drake leaves the sacred gear as Crom Crotch looks on in shock. Drake smiles softly before rushing in and hugging the black dragon. Crom, you're alive, she cries into his shoulder as Crom stands there shocked. Drake? You can leave the sacred gear? He asks as she nods. For a few hours a day at most, but that doesn't matter. You're alive, how did you survive? She asks as a gruff voice comes out of Vala. Yes, I swore I made sure you, he says as Drake snaps at him. Shut the buck up, you filthy murderous bastard, or I will come in there and tear you limb from limb, she yells as a massive aura surrounds her, letting her gain her full power back. Everyone backs away except myself, Hexa, Crom and Vala, who all glare at the wings. Well, I survived purely thanks to my own magic, letting my soul persist outside my own body, long enough for Albion to think I was dead, he says before glaring at Divine Dividing. Vala, Lucifer, was it? He asks as Vala looks startled. Yes, sir. That's me, she says as Crom Crotch examines her. Do you mean ill for my son? He asks as I sigh. And no, I'd never hurt Issei. If it wasn't for him and Hexa, I'd be dead, she says shocked as Crom nods, before looking at Hexa. You seem powerful, yet I do not recognize you. Who are you? He asks as we all smirk. Hexa grins, showing her fangs as her snake tongue reveals itself. Trihexa, apocalyptic beast and future wife to your son, she says as Crom Crotch pauses. Trihexa, I see, Crom Crotch says slowly before looking over at me. I see you also have good taste in women, he comments as I blush a little. Dad, I yell as he pauses. Already calling me Dad? After I left you and your mother? He asks as I nod. No point moping about it. What happened in the past is just that. The past. No point clinging to it, I say as he smiles. Spoken like a true dragon. Free from limitations, he says as I smirk, which he copies. Well, you can certainly see the resemblance, Tiamat says to Vala and Hexa as they both nod. Hey, both myself and Crom say out loud before realizing what we did. Drake chuckles as the leaders of the biblical faction facepalm. Truce? Azazel asks as they all nod. Agreed, if we are dealing with the apocalyptic beast, the two heavenly dragon, the strongest dragon queen and the strongest evil dragon, it's best we keep them on our side, Surzek says as Asia smiles. You have to admit, it is quite the tearjerker to watch this play out, she says, wiping near her eye as they watch the scene unfold. Dealing with a dragon. After the events of the peace meeting, everything turned to normal for most people, but now with the strongest evil dragon hanging around. Crom had been invited to stay over at Issei's new home by Hexa Band Drake, which he took, using it as a chance to connect to his son more. Issei at the moment is seen sitting in the ORC with Azazel in front of him. Vala is sat on one of the couches as Hexa stands next to him. Aquino walks in with a small smile, as does Visser before they both sit opposite Vala. Alright Azazel, what is it? You wouldn't call me for a meetup during school, he asks as Azazel chuckles. I have my reasons. First, I've decided to join Koa's faculty, and have become the advisor to the ORC entirely, he says as Issei nods. Okay, anything else then? Hexa asks as a magic circle appears. From it, Surzek shows up, which makes everyone confused. Issei stirs up in his chair as Surzek dusts off his shoulder. Surzek and I had a discussion. Apparently, the elders don't want Ko under the control of the dragon aligned with the Grigori, he says as Surzek nods. They are quite adamant, going on to order myself and the other devil kings to find a devil to replace you, he says as Issei nods. I imagine you are choosing Vala then? he says as Vala perks up a little. What? Me? I can't govern Ko. Surely Sona would be a better choice, she says as Surzex shakes his head. While Sona would be more experienced in this, I believe that if an original Lucifer were to take control of Ko, it might show the rest of the underworld that you are on our side, Surzex says as Visser gets concerned. What do you mean, on our side? She asks as Azazel sighs. Some of the higher-ups think she's a spy, he growls out, which makes everyone in the room a little angry at that. Of course they do. Just because she is a Lucifer doesn't mean she sides with those pieces of crap. Hell, she helped to defeat her own grandfather, Aquino says, annoyed beyond belief, her lightning beginning to spark. Surzeka's hands clench. That's another thing. We ran a test on the body of Rizavim and found out something a little worrying, he says as Issei raises his eyebrow. What? The bastard is still around? He asks as Surzex nods. Indeed, it was a clone. One sent to test us all. Not long after it died, the body began to evaporate into pure magic. The Devil King says, making Issei pinch the bridge of his nose. All right. Enough about him. Back to the thing at hand. Vala, you think you're up for it? He asks as the devil looks down in self-doubt. I don't know. Maybe? She says as Hexa smiles at her. We'll help you every step of the way, Vala. No need to worry, she says as Vala nods. Okay, I accept the task, Lord Lucifer, he says as Surzex smiles. Excellent. I'll notify the council when I return, he says as Hexa perks up. Surzex, might I ask how you're holding up? You know, after what happened with Rias? Hexa asks as he sighs. Not well, I will admit. I never thought my sister capable of such atrocities. When we brought her home, she was immediately ripped into by Mother until she fought back, he says, which makes everyone's eyes widen. Visser blinks at this before speaking up. What happened then? She locked up or something? She asks as Surzex nods. Since she had lost her rank, the offense was treated as a low-class assaulting a family matriarch. We stripped her of her powers and she's serving a 100-year sentence, he says as Hexa walks up to him and grabs his shoulder. I know it's hard, but you did the right thing. If left unchecked, she would exploit others for her own gain, she explains as he nods. Thank you, Hexa. It was nice to get that off my chest, he says as Issei chuckles. You're welcome to drop by when you can, Surzex, if you need a moment away from it all, Issei says before nodding. Well, I think that covers it, Azazel says as Surzex nods. We'll be off. Take care, you lot, the redhead says before they both vanish into magic circles. The door then opens as Chiron and Kiba walk into the room. We missed something? He asks as Visser chuckles. You could say that, she replies as Chiron sits next to Aquino. Kiba stands by the window as Issei looks at Vala. You too, Vala is now sole controller of Ko. You two answer to her now, he says, which catches the two off guard. Really? Kiaz asks as they all nod. Chiron, can I ask you something? Vala asks, making her nod. What is it? She asks as everyone listens in. Why do you still hold your powers back yet you show your ears and tail? She asks as she freezes a little. I have an idea why, and let me tell you this right now. Forget it, Hexa says as Chiron looks at her. Why? I don't want to lose control, she says as Hexa rolls her eyes. Chiron, you do know that Senjutsu is completely stable for yokai, right? She says, making Chiron stop for a moment. Issei looks in her eyes before realizing what is going on. Another lie fabricated by Rias. I see. Kuroka didn't lose control, something else caused it, he says, making her Chiron tremble a little. Seeing this, Aquino helps the girl calm down as Kiba walks up to Issei. What caused it then, do we know? He asks as the dragon shakes his head. Not yet, I'll look into it. In the meantime, I think it's best we go about our days as normal. Though do keep a lookout for suspicious activity, he says as they all nod. Agreed, we don't want another Kokabeel incident happening. I say we do a weekly patrol around town to make sure, Vala says as Hexa smiles. Seems you fit the bill as governing body quite nicely, Hexa says as they all head their separate ways, the old ORC members remaining in the club room. I'll need to go pick up Kyrie from school. The others are running late shifts. See ya at home, Vala. Visser says as she walk off, Vala waving at the former stray devil. How you feeling, Vala? Hexa asks as she smiles. A little nervous, but I won't let it keep me down, she says as Issei smiles. You'll be fine, I know you will, he says as they reach the mansion. Inside they see Crumb walking around with box in his hands, making everyone looks at him confused. Dad, what are you doing? Issei asks as Crumb looks his way. There you are, looking all over for you, he says as Issei gives him a deadpan look. What's up? He asks as Crumb hands him the box. Found it on the porch, labeled for you. Tried to give it to you but you weren't around the house, he says, making Issei facepalm. You didn't think to text? He asks, making the crescent circle look down a little sheepish. Drake shows up from the boosted gear with a small sigh. Still have your moments, dear? She says as Tiamat walks through the door. Ah, perfect. Just the group I wanted to see, she says as they all look at her. Just got told by Ajuka that we're all invited to the party going to happen in the underworld. Date has yet to be confirmed, she says as they all nod. Alright, thanks for info, Tiamat. Hexa says as Issei looks back at the box. Any idea what it is? He asks the group, who shrug. Sighing, Issei puts the box down before opening it with a knife he created. The moment the box was opened, several chain emerged and flailed around, catching everyone off guard. What the hell? Hexa asks as she tries to destroy them, but they all just move out the way. The chains then aim at Vala before launching at her with high speeds. They puncture her chest, but nothing happens instantly. You okay there, Vala? Drake asks as Vala nods. Issei looks inside, as does Crom and Tiamat, as they see a mask made of charred bone inside, the chains connected to its edges. What is that thing? Issei asks as Crom growls. Bad news. Mask of the Mad Dragon. Any dragon who wears it becomes an evil dragon by nature. The chains bind to the soul and flesh of the target. Why the hell is it here? He asks as Hexa and Issei growl. Rise of him, they say at the same time, making the two dragons confused. Isn't he dead? Tiamat asks as Issei shakes his head. No, apparently it was a perfect clone. He tested us, all of us, he says as the chains begin to enter Vala's body. She crumples down in pain as the mask flies out of the box and into her chest. Everyone is confused at the action before they all look at each other. Is that meant to happen? Vala asks, worried, as Tiamat shakes her head. No, it should bind to your face. Why isn't it? She asks as Drake gulps. 'Cause it's after Albion, she says, making everyone worried. What'll happen? Vala says as her sacred gear forces itself to show up. A loud roar emanates from the wings as Vala falls to her knees. He's tried to take control. She gets out as Hexa grabs Vala by the shoulders. Focus, Vala, focus, she yells as Issei looks at Crom. Any ideas on what to do? He asks as Crom nods. One, but it's risky. One of us has to enter Vala's mindscape and fight Albion. The mask is increasing his power as we speak, whilst also corrupting his mind and spirit. If the mask is destroyed, then Albion will be freed from its grasp and all of his sins and corruption with it, he says as Vala screams in pain as her sacred gear forms behind her, and immediately entering Balance Breaker. After subdue I got her body, Issei looks over at them and nods. I'll do it. I'll kick his ass, he growls out as Tiamat nods. I can send you there, but if you fail, you will die, she says as Issei nods. Do it, he says with a narrowed expression, making the three dragons look at each other before nodding. Drake enters the sacred gear as Tiamat readies the spell. Good luck, son, you'll need it, he says as Issei nods. Tiamat creates a magic circle underneath both Vala and Issei as the boy vanishes from sight. Inside of Vala's mind, Issei can see her struggling against the deranged Albion, making his heart race. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker Drake yells as he rams into Albion, knocking him aside. You alright? Issei asks. Vala nods. Thank you, I owe you one, she says as they get ready to fight. With a mighty roar from Albion, ice begins to coat the entire field, forcing the two to dodge. Can you use Divine Dividing? He asks as she shakes her head. No, he's locked me out, she says as a large ice formation approaches them. Issei melts it with his own flames as he protects Vala. Vala, focus on locking him down, I'll do the damage, he says as Vala nods. Got it, catastrophic prison, she yells as black shackles attach to all of his limbs. Albion struggles against the chains with a vicious look in his eyes and the mask gains blue markings on it. A white mist then begins to coat the area around him, forcing them all to back off. The two watch as the shackles divide out of existence, making them all gulp. Plan B, we have to do this in one hit. We can't hold him down or he'll use that mist. We can't get near either, he says as Vala looks scared. What do we do? She asks as Drake speaks up. I have a plan, but we need time, she says. Issei looks at Vala, who nods before creating a black circle below Albion. Event disaster, she yells as he begins to sink into the dark magic. Albion thrashes around trying to escape as Vala then chains up his wings so he can't fly away. What am I doing, Mom? Issei asks as Drake sighs. You need get his head into a position where Vala can lock it in place. Once done, unload everything we got on the mask, she says as he nods. Copy that, Vala, wait for my signal, he yells before flying around Albion. Albion breathes a beam of pure ice that Issei avoids before diving to the ground. Several spikes form there as Issei maneuvers through them all, breaking through some as well. Albion then roars once more. A side that formed on the ceiling begins to rain from the sky. Vala, dodge, Issei yells as she sidesteps a falling icicle. Albion manages to free one of his claws before swatting Issei out the sky with it. Issei, Vala yells, her focus waiting as Albion begins to break out. Focus on alien. I'm fine, he yells, charging the dragon and punching him in the jaw. This stuns the dragon long enough for Vala to lock him up again. Albion looks at Vala before glaring at the devil with hatred. Oh, she says as Albion lunges his head towards her. Crescent circle mode, Drake yells as Issei keeps his mouth from snapping at Vala. Vala now, he yells as several chains wrap around his neck. Black torment, she yells as the chains and shackles form spikes which dig into his skin. Bellevue, Issei yells as time stops for all but himself. Boost 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 boost. Drake calls out as time begins to resume. Sink into the dark, Issei yells as a ball of black energy forms in his hand. Crescent dragon shot, he roars as it creates a beam of pure shadow energy directly at the mask, shattering it and engulfing Albion's entire body. Issei lands next to Valley, exiting balance breaker as Albion's body becomes pure black and begins to enter Vala's event disaster. Call off your magic, he says as Vala tries to but fails. Something is not letting me. Oh no, will I lose my sacred gear? She asks as Albion's body fully disappears, though the magic remains. What's going on? She asks as blue light begins to crack the surface of the black magic. The cracks expand and let off more light, causing the two to shield their eyes as the event disaster finally shatters. In its place is a small dragon with white scales and a pair of small golden horns, though there is also some black scales on the underside and neck of the dragon. The wings on its body seems to be coated in feathers just like Albion, although these are gold, which makes everyone's eyes widen. Is that Albion? He asks as Drake reveals herself, though she is in her dragon form. Seems I may have been more help than I thought. Anyway, yes, that is him. The energy is the exact same though less tainted, she said as they all get a little closer. Upon standing next to Albion, they realize three major details. One is that Albion has been reverted to that of a small child. Two is the fact that Albion's spirit seems pure now, though the most shocking thing they see is Albion is now a dragoness. In their shock and surprise, they don't realize that Albion slowly begins to wake up. When she does so, her eyes open to reveal one is a sapphire blue whilst the other is a pristine gold, mimicking Issei's own gold eye. Mom? Dad? Something wrong? She asks, which catches them all off guard. I'm sorry, did you just me, Mom? Vala asks as Albion nods. Yeah, why wouldn't I? Your mom. Dad, is Mom okay? She asks to Issei, who looks at the new detail to her body. Albion, is this a trick? Drake asks as Albion looks confused. What? I haven't done anything, Grandma, she says as Drake holds in her shock. About our rivalry? She asks as Albion tilts her head in confusion. Rivalry? Why would Grandma be my rival? She asks as Drake looks at her before looking at Issei. Entering the sacred gear again, Drake speaks to the two mentally. She's lost her memory. She's been reincarnated as your daughter, she says as Issei calms down for a moment. It's okay, Albion, we all just had a bad dream you weren't as nice as you were, he says, kneeling down to look into her eyes as Albion nuzzles him. You sure you're alright, Dad? You seem scared, she says as Issei gives her a soft smile. It was a really bad dream, okay, he says, hugging the dragon who rests her head on his shoulder. Vala finally gets it together before looking at the new Albion with a small smile. We'll be fine, knowing you're safe is all that matters, she says as Albion's beams at Vala, her wings flapping a little. From where Albion is standing, though, a bright light overtakes them all. Issei winds up back where he was as Vala stands up from the floor, now out of balance breaker. Everyone looks at Issei, who shows confusion until he realizes he is holding a little girl, who looks about the same age as Kairi. The girl has white hair with a black fringe and bangs, all ending with golden tips. The girl looks up to Issei, revealing her heterochromatic blue and gold eyes with a smile on her face before hugging him. Issei, who is that? Hexa asks as Issei gulps. Well, you see, oh boy. This is Albion, he says, making everyone bar Vala blink in surprise. What? Crumb asks as both Vala and Issei explain what happened. Once they are done, Hexa walks up to him with an emotionless look in her eyes. So, Albion has been reincarnated into yours and Vala's daughter, huh? She says as her eyes twitches. Issei gulps, fearing for his life as Hexa then looks at Albion, who is now with Vala. Without warning, Hexa tackles Issei before crying into his chest. No fair, how come she gets a kid with you but we haven't even had Hex yet? She wails as Vala quickly covers Albion's ears. Why, you're not mad? He asks as Hexa wipes her tears away. Why would I? You didn't try know this would happen and you didn't cheat on me. Plus, I talked with Valley about this, she says as Issei looks at the girl in question. What? He asks as Vala looks down. You've done so much for me ever since we met 2 months ago that when we defeated Riser I felt myself falling for you. I didn't say anything yet because it was due to you saving me, so I left it for a while. Now though, I know it's not just that. You're so kind, brave, it just made me fall in love with you even more, she says as Issei sighs. Is that how you really feel? He asks as she nods. Well then, guess I'm gonna have 2 wives then, he says as Vala smiles at him. Just remember that I'm your first and main wife, okay? Hexa says as he nods before kissing her. Hexa gets off of him before picking up Albion. Now if you excuse me, I'm going to spoil my niece, she says, teleporting away as Albion looks worried, mouthing a weak help to Issei and Vala. Vala goes over to Issei as Crom and Tiamat gives him a thumbs up before leaving the room. So, how are we going to do this? She asks as Issei smiles. Just let your heart lead, it's what I do, he says as she nods. In that case I know what I want to do, she says before kissing him. It was short and sweet before she pulls away with a small smile. Will I be a good mother? I fear I may turn out like my own father, she says as Issei holds her. I won't let that happen, okay? He reassures her as they stand there in each other's arms. Thank you, Issei, I love you, she says as he smiles. Love you too, Vala, he says, kissing her forehead softly. So, how we telling Azazel? He asks as Vala freezes up in fear. Oh shit, he's gonna flip out, she yells as Issei tries to calm her down. Relax, we'll figure something out. I'll be there to help you, every step of the way, he says, holding her close as Vala melts into his chest. Issei strokes her hair, moving them both to the couch as she falls asleep in his arms. Issei smiles to himself before joining Vala, both heavenly dragons asleep in each other's arms. To the underworld. After the whole issue involving Albion had passed, things had began to calm down for Issei. His focus was solely on either Hexa, Vala or Albion, which made his life simpler in that terms. With some help from Azazel, he managed to get Albion into Koa's middle school in the same classes as Kairi, which does help Issei immensely. At the moment, however, he, Vala, Hexa and Albion are riding a train to the underworld with Vala's peerage, Crom Crotch, Tiamat and Rias' former peerage and other carriages. Issei tries to relax as Vala snuggles up next to him with Hexa on his other side. Albion is asleep on his lap as he releases a small chuckle. He uses a magic to duplicate himself and leave it with the others as he heads to one of the windows where Drake shows up outside of the sacred gear. Drake smiles at him as they both stare out of the window. "Something on your mind?" she asks as Issei chuckles. "Sort of, thinking back on everything that has happened," he says as Drake nods. "It has been quite the journey," she comments as Issei looks back at her. "I'd befriend the strongest being in existence, awaken you, later falling in love with said strongest being, training my former eternal rival and meeting you with family I didn't know I had," he lists as Drake snickers. "Not to mention discovering God, helping Aquino, bringing peace to the biblical factions and having a daughter even if it was unexpected," she says, making Issei look back at Albion who snuggles into his duplicate's chest. "Just need to make it up to Hexa at some point," he says before his takes a darker tone. Drake notices and puts a hand on his back. "What is it?" she asks as Issei trembles a little. "I thought that my life would calm down after I killed Kokabeel. Now the Cows Brigade and Rhizavim show up to ruin it," he says as Drake nods. "They are a nuisance, yes, but as if they can stop us. If they try anything, Hexa can just atomize them," she says as Issei shakes his head. "No, she won't. Even now, she limits how much power she uses. Hence why she struggled against Rhizavim," he says as Drake raises an eyebrow. "She's scared that if she goes all out then she'll become the monster that she was before, that she'll hurt those that care for her hurt me," he explains as Drake looks over at Hexa with a solemn look on her face. "I'm sorry. I guess it never occurred to me that she could be scared of her own power," she says as Issei shakes his head. "It's not her power, it's herself. She has perfect control of her power, but she's scared that she might take it too far," he says as the train begins to stop. Issei dismisses the duplicate before picking up Albion as they all begin to wake up. "Dad? Are we there?" she asks before yawning as Issei nods. "We're here, sweetie," he says as Vala stretches on the couch. "Could have woken us up before," she says as Hexa gets up as her aura flares a little, waking her up faster. "I could have, but you three looked like you needed the extra sleep," he says. Vala has been working on paperwork ever since she became Koa's lead figure, with Aquino and Sona helping her out whilst Hexa was aiding in setting up the dual wedding for all three of them. They exit the train with the others as they begin their journey to Vala's new estate. "Why am I getting an estate again?" she asks as Tiamat chuckles. "Vala, even if some of the elders believe you to be a spy, you are still a Lucifer, one of the most important houses that the devils have," she says as Vala sighs. "It'll be fine, Vala, I promise," Issei says as she nods. Upon reaching the gates, they open up revealing their new abode as Kyrie and Albion marvel at the sight of the Lucifer Estate Manor House. Vala gawks at the size of the manor house as Albion uses her wings to fly around the place. Aquino looks around the place, admiring the snow-covered gardens. "This place is beautiful, but why is it covered in snow?" she asks as Tiamat chuckles. The Lucifer domain is situated up in the far north of the underworld. The environment here is incredibly cold, though with magic it increases the temperature whilst not affecting the climate. The first Lucifer preferred snowy mountains and forests than most other views, she explains as Vala shakes her head as a memory plays out. Issei rests a hand on her shoulder before pulling the girl into a hug. "He won't go near you, we'll make sure of that," he says as she nods. Entering the building, they spot several maids cleaning the place as they turn to see us. "Lady Vala, welcome home," one says, approaching the group. She seems to have a level of authority like Graphia does in the Gremory household. Speaking of which, she looks similar to Graphia in some aspects. Her outfit did not seem to be one that belonged a maid, rather designed for combat. What really sells it is the hat she wears instead of the traditional bonnet. She does a small bow, holding her hat with one hand. "I am Maria Lucifuge, head maid of the Lucifer household," she says as we blink in surprise. "You're related to Graphia?" Aquino asks as Maria nods. "Yes, she is my twin sister," she says as Issei crosses his arms. "If you're the head maid, then what is with the outfit you'd find in a video game?" he asks as everyone looks at Maria, who sighs. Whilst I am head maid, I'm also in charge of the manor guards, she states, gesturing to the sword on her hip. If you would follow me, I shall guide you around the manor, she says, with us following her around. It doesn't take long for everything to be shown, and they all split up to do their own thing. Crom, Tiamat and Drake all head outside whilst Hexa and Issei take Albion to one of the balconies. Aquino, Chiron and Kiba decide to head to the Gremry household and check up on them after what happened with Rias. Vala and her peerage, however, all sit in the main room. Pretty nice place you got, Vala, Rosetta comments as Vala chuckles. Yeah, guess I do, she says as Saphira sighs. Enough teasing her, Rosetta, she's still nervous about it all, she says as Visser snaps her fingers. Vala lets out a sigh before looking at them all. Alright, now that we are here we can talk about one of the big reasons as to why we came here early, she says as Ophelia looks confused. That being? She asks as Azazel appears out of nowhere. Training you lot, he says as Kyrie jumps, launching a torrent of flames at the governor who wasn't expecting it. Now covered in soot, he uses his magic to clean himself before addressing the peerage. As I was saying, you all need to be trained so you can keep up in the devil rankings. Not to mention so you all don't fall short compared to everyone else, he says, referring to Issei's disjointed family, as Visser crosses her arms. I'm guessing you have training regiments down? She asks as he nods. That I do, he says, pulling out a clipboard from nowhere. He looks at the peerage before gaining a smirk on his face. Visser, whilst you have quite the powerful magic and strength, you lack durability and endurance, something a queen should have to aid their king. You'll be doing endurance tests to make for that, he says as Visser nods, understanding her flaws. Saphira, you're more defensive. Whilst that is alright, do you know any offensive spells? He asks as Saphira nods. Some yes, but they're not that strong, she states as Azazel nods. We'll have to fix that, he says before looking at the knight. Ophelia, whilst your speed and illusion magic is good, best learn some more destructive techniques if the need arises. Also, my resources tell me you have a sacred gear? He asks as Ophelia tenses up. She clenches her hand as a black katana forms in her hand. Drawing the blade, he sees that the edge seems damaged, glowing an eerie purple. Nightmare edge sword of the Dark Eater. Quite the troublesome power. I'll send you someone who can help you reign in its power, he says as Ophelia looks hesitant before nodding. Vala looks at Ohyla surprised as Azazel turns to Rosetta. You used a warhammer during the fight with Riser, that a sacred gear or something else? He asks as Rosetta nods. I do. Might know it as Blood Forge, she says as she conjures a large axe, the edge dripping in blood. Azazel nods, noting the information down before smiling. How long can you use it for? He asks as Rosetta thinks for a moment. Couldn't tell you, haven't needed to use it for extended periods, she says as Azazel nods. Well, we'll be figuring that out and unlocking your balance breaker, he says as Rosetta nods. Azazel looks at Kairi, who sits there nervously. I'll drop off some books for Kairi about senjutsu so she can practice. Vala, you help her as best you can, he says as they both nod. As for you, you'll have two things that you need to do, he says, directed at Vala, who gulps. Luckily, even with Albion leading the sacred gear, you still have divine dividing. What you need, however, is to focus on increasing your demonic powers. Thankfully, this place has exactly what you need, he says before dropping 3 large books in front of Vala, who pales a little. That is everything you need to know about your power of desolation. As for the second thing, he says as another stack of books appear in front of her, making Vala's eyes go wide in shock. This is everything you'll need to read up on. Devil laws, managing a household, peerage management, rules for raiding games, etc. He says as Visser raises her hand. Isn't that a bit much? She asks as he shrugs. She'll be fine. The second thing is something that will take a lot of time, so there is no need to rush, he says as Vala nods, staring blankly at the books in front of her. Azazel then bids his farewells before leaving the peerage, who looks at their king with concern. Is she okay? Saphira asks as Visser pokes Vala in the forehead as she snaps out of her stupor. I'm alright, just blanked out for a moment, she says before gulping at the many books in front of her. I'm gonna regret this, she says as Issei and Hexa walk in. Azazel talked to you about training? He asks as Hexa sees the piles of books in front of Vala. He has, and dump Vala with quite the load of books to read, Rosetta says as Issei grabs one. Seems like a pain, he says before Albion rushes through and hug Vala. Valley, bring the books on your magic into your mindscape and study them during your sleep. It will save you time and let you read up on the other assignments your father has given you, Drake suggests as Vala nods. Thanks, Drake. Can I call you Mom? She asks as Drake chuckles. Of course you can, dear. You are marrying Issei after all, she says as Hexa smiles. Best of luck to you all with the training. Oh, Vala, any ideas on future members? Hexa asks as Vala pauses for a minute. Not really, hasn't crossed my mind with everything happening, she says as Issei chuckles. No need to rush it, Valley. Everything will happen in time, he says as Vala smiles at him. Time skip. Issei can be seen using several magic circles, acting as screens so he may view the training of Vala's peerage. He looks to Rosetta as she switches between an axe to a spear and finishing with them all. Her body is drenched in blood from overusing Blood Forge as exhaustion begins to set in. 2 hours, not bad, he says before looking over to Ophelia as she spars against one of Azazel's agents named Dog, wielder of Canis Lycaon, as she parries several different attacks with Nightmare Edge. Her body gets wreathed in shadows as she emits a beam of dark energy from the sword which forces the Longinus wielder to get defensive. Ophelia needs to learn to sate the blade's hunger. Mitter can be quite ravenous, even if he is a blade drag, comments, making Issei nod. Overviewing Visser, he blinks at the severity of her condition. She is fighting one of Surzeka's rooks to increase her durability, and the evidence of his power is clear-cut. She'll need some RNR after all this, Hexa comments, walking next to him as they look at the other screens. Saphira is practicing elemental attacks, favoring water and ice magic above all else. She creates a glacier in front of her before it erupts into shards. Graphia and Seraphal might be good tutors for her. If given the chance, she can become quite the opponent in a raiding game, Drake says as Hexa nods. I'd say Seraphal over Graphia formed the added water magic, she says as Issei nods. Agreed, he states before glancing at Kyrie and Vala, who are both reading the books they were given. Kyrie seems to focus in on something before her image splits into two versions of herself, which catches Vala off guard. I did it, they both say at the same time before one vanishes in a poof of smoke. Vala smiles at her, petting her ears before standing up. She begins concentrating on her magic as a black magic circle forms at her feet. Her power of desolation emerges from the circle before condensing and solidifying into a black spear made of crystallized magic. She grabs the spear as she gives it a twirl, the tip fitting through the air and seemingly deleting the atmosphere surrounding the tip. Kyrie smiles at Vala, who uses another magic circle to get rid of the weapon before looking at Kyrie's book. Try focusing the senjutsu into your hands for that technique, she says as Kyrie looks at her fists before they set on fire with blue flames. She waves them out, blowing on her hands, which makes those watching the scene laugh in amusement. She's too pure for this world, Hexa says as Issei nods. Which is why I think that if we return Kyrie home, we may be asked to take her out of Vala's peerage, he says as Hexa sighs, nodding. It makes sense though, Lady Yasaka would want to see her daughter again, she says as Issei nods. It will hurt, but it would likely be for the best, he says, dispelling the viewing circles and leaving the room, with Hexa staying in there for some reason. As he walks down the hall, he feels a connection being made by Surzex as he holds out his hand. What is it, Surzex? He asks as the Devil King sighs. It's Chiron, she's passed out from exhaustion, he says as Issei blinks before using his dragon wings to fly to the Gremory estate. Landing there, he spots Kiba and unexpectedly Zenobia sparring against each other. Whoa, when did you get here? He asks as Zenobia tenses up, nearly dropping Durandal. Issei, always getting the drop on us, huh? Kiba asks as Issei smirks. So, what brings a holy warrior to the underworld? He asks as Asia walks into view. She is here due to me, she says as Zenobia bows at her. Oh, is she your guard, I assume? He asks as Asia chuckles. Oh, of course not. Michael has managed to create a method of reincarnation for angels in the form of cards. All 4 seraphs get a different suite with Irina joint Michael as his ace. I turn Zenobia into an angel with my own powers, giving her an easier time using Duranal. She says as Zenobia chuckles. The blade doesn't like being controlled. She says as Issei shakes his head. I might be able to fix that, he says, holding his hand out for the holy weapon. Zenobia looks to Asia, who nods, amused at what Issei might do, before handing him her blade. He grabs her hand and makes her still hold onto the blade as draconic energy ripples through the blade. They watch in awe as Issei asserts his will over it with Zenobia looking worried. Pour your holy aura through the sword, he says as Zenobia does that, her wings flaying out as well as her halo. The draconic energy surges through her as her spine tingles as it reaches her wings. After a few seconds the energy dies down, and Issei lets go. There, it should be under control, he says as Zenobia gives it a few practice swings. It's responding to me. What did you do? She asks as Issei chuckles. I caused the holy aura inside the blade to resonate with your own. Only true way to gain full control of an Excalibur-class weapon is to bond with it, so I forced the bond, he says as Asia smiles. Thank you, Issei, now continues Zenobia. She says as she nods. Let's go. She says as Sun Kiba readies a black and white sword. He unlock balance breaker? He asks Asia, who nods. A holy demonic sword caught me off guard when I saw it. I never thought a blade as such was possible, she says as Issei chuckles. Really? I'm marrying the apocalyptic beast and a sword surprises you, he retorts as Asia jabs him in the side with her elbow, making the dragon wince. Okay, I get it. Talk shit, get hit, he says as Asia smiles. He shakes it off before waving goodbye and heading deeper into the manor. He finds the room that Chiron is staying at as he meets Akino, whose sister next to the girl. How is she? He asks as the fallen sighs. She tried using senjutsu without telling anyone and fell unconscious, she says as Issei gains a remorseful look on her face. She's locked it away for years and only just let her power out. She had a self-induced power surge and passed out from overexertion, he states as Drake appears next to him. I can siphon some of the excess energy from her. It should help her stabilize, she says as a green glow surrounds them both. How's the training? He asks Akino, who smiles. Father's teaching me how to fully use his holy lightning and some advanced techniques. Rainier is also teaching me some useful skills involving light magic, she says, making 2 light dangers and juggling them. Very nice. What about physical training? He asks as Akino chuckles. I've started learning some martial arts, gives me a method of using my powers at close range now, she says as Issei chuckles. That's good to hear, he says as the glow gets brighter. Cover your eyes, Drake calls out as a bright green flash flares out from Chiron's body. When it fades, they look to see that Chiron has matured. Issei looks shocked along with Drake's and Akino's as Chiron's eyes open up. What happened? She asks as Issei points at her body. Don't freak out, but you may want to look down, he says as she looks at herself before freezing in place. What? She yells, her ears perking up as Drake chuckles. You had an abundance of life energy inside of you which I tried to stabilize. When it finally did, this happened, she says as Chiron covers herself before looking at Issei. You better not peek at me? She yells as Issei raises his hands. Hey, I've got 2 fiancés. No need to worry about that. You may need a change in wardrobe, however. I doubt you have anything that fits, he says as Chiron blushes. I can see if myself or Zenobia have anything to give her for now, Akino says as Chiron smiles at her. Okay, other than the obvious changes to your body. How do you feel? He asks as Chiron focuses for a moment. Stable, I feel like I can use my powers safely now, she says as Drake facepalms. I get it. With her bottling up her life energy, it couldn't aid in her growth, which would have caused the smaller figure and higher caloric requirement. With her energy stabilized now, her body caught up, and now she can harmonize with her powers easier now, she says as Issei nods. He sent a message to Azazel about the recent development, as well as notifying Surzex. Right, crisis averted. Anything else you guys need, or is everything all good? he asks as Chiron looks to the side. Have you found anything about Kuroka? She asks as Issei sighs. Not yet, I don't have anywhere to start, he says as Chiron begins to think for a second, her ears twitching. What you thinking, Chiron? Akino asks as Chiron hits her head. Trying to remember his name. Begins with an N. Nibirius, his last name was Nibirius, she says as Issei nods. Got it, I'll see what I can dig up, he says as Chiron nods, getting out of the bed and hugging him. Find out soon, she says as he nods. I promise, he says, using the boosted gear to make what she's currently wearing a little bigger so it fits better. I best be off, I'll see you all later, he says before snapping his fingers as a dragon gate appears. See you, Issei, Akino says as he walks through, the portal closing. Do you like him? Chiron asks as Akino chuckles. Not in that way. Sure, he's nice, but I've got my eyes on someone. What about you? She asks as Chiron shakes her head. He's not my type, she says as Akino thinks for a moment. Then who do you like? She asks as Chiron looks at her bluntly. Girls, she says as Akino blinks in surprise. Oh, she says, not expecting that answer at all. Testing the youth and Nibirius sins. After the 3-week-long training window given by Azazel, all those that were given training now were being judged by Azazel himself. Issei watches from a cliff face with Crom Crotch, Tiamat, Drake, and Albion at his side. What do you think Azazel's test will be? Issei asked as Tiamat shrugs. Could be anything, fighting him, Surzex, another high-class devil or something around that, she says as Crom sighs. You are correct that it would likely be a devil, but not just any devil, he says, pointing up as they spot a purple tail in the clouds. Tannen? Drake asks as Crom chuckles. He became a devil to help the dragons who can only survive off dragon apples, he explains as he nods. They watch as the former dragon king swoops down and engages in a mock battle with the devils plus Angel. Dad, why is the dragon fighting Mom? Albion asks as Issei sighs. He testing her to see she is stronger. She'll be fine, sweetie, he says as a bright light shines out. Vanishing dragon balance breaker, she yells, emerging in her scale mail. After Albion was forced out of the sacred gear, she now has full control over it, and has Albion's old power still ingrained inside. She looks at the other before barking out orders. Chiron, Kyrie, burn the membranes in its wings. Visser, Saphira, weaken its scales. Ophelia, immobilize its limbs. Rosetta, blind it. You three, get ready, she orders as they all nod, getting themselves ready. She rushes Tannen, her armor being coated in a black aura as she charges straight into his gut. Issei winces at the force applied as Tannen then gets coated in ice. Akino charges up her holy lightning as Zenobia and Kiba pours more power into their swords. They are aware that Tannen is a devil, right? Drake asks as they watch from afar. Rosetta creates a bow, shooting several arrows at Tannen's eyes to blind him, whilst Ophelia uses Nightmare Edge to cut at his joints. Chiron and Kyrie launch Senjutsu-empowered fireballs at his wings, with Visser using her acid to weaken his scales. Vala has become a better strategist. If Tannen was not as battle-hardened as he is, then this would work on a dragon if the plan was successful, Tiamat comments as Akino releases her lightning. Zenobia swings down with Durandal as Kiba creates a pit of holy demonic swords. The result creates a massive explosion of light that blinds everyone nearby. When the light fades, Tannen can seen still standing, his scales damaged but otherwise completely fine. I must say, that did quite the number on me. Though the light magic was a large factor in it, he says as they all look shocked. It's still alive! Saphira yells in shock as Vala flies down. Of course he is. Did you really think we stood a chance? She asks, exiting balance breaker. What do you mean? Visser asks, confused as to what's going on. That is Tannen, a former dragon king turned ultimate class devil, she says as Tannen chuckles. I will say, had it been another dragon of weaker power, then you would have incapacitated it, or maybe even killed it. The teamwork showed by you all is commendable, especially your quick thinking, Miss Lucifer, he states as she rubs her neck nervously. Thank you, sir, she says as the dragon chuckles. Issei and the others head to the group as Albion tackles Vala in a hug. Tannen is right, you did a good job against an opponent leagues stronger than most of you. Though had Vala acted more in the fight, then Tannen might have lost, Issei states as Vala crosses her arms. I was told to lead, not to engage, she retorts as he chuckles. I know, merely an observation on my end, he says as Tannen looks to Crom as they both nod at one another. Azazel walks by clapping with a smile on his face. What Tannen and Issei say hold true with me. You lot are gonna make quite the spectacle in raiding games, he says as Akino coughs, gesturing to herself and Chiron. Oh, if you are or do decide to become a devil, he adds as Issei shakes his head. So, when's the young devil's gathering? He asks as Azazel looks to him. In 3 days' time. Speaking of which, Vala, something has come up, he says, which makes her look to him. What is it, Dad? She asks as he smiles. In light of your current position and with Surzek's meddling behind the scenes, you have been added to the Rookies 4, replacing Rias Gremory after her unexpected jail sentence, he says as Vala looks stunned. Congrats, Vali, Visser says as Rosetta pats her back. That's our king, she says as Issei smiles. As much as I would like to celebrate with you, I have some unfinished business to attend to, he says before bowing at them all. By Dad, love you, Albion says, which melts the hearts of everyone watching as Drake re-enters the sacred gear and him kissing her forehead before leaving with his dragon wings. After a few minutes her lands near the Nibirius territory where he sees Hexa waiting for him. How'd it go? She asks as Issei smiles. They did quite well, Vala's part of the Rookies 4 as well now, he says as Hexa smiles. That's great. We'll have to give her a surprise for it at some point, she says as Issei nods. We will, but for now we have a job to do, he says as Hexen bods, her face becoming serious. They find the abandoned building as they kick the door down, Issei conjuring a small flame to act as a light source. It then spreads to nearby torches and candles, illuminating the room fully for a better investigation. Look for anything shady, research notes, hidden passages. Never know what to wait a minute, he says, sifting through the shelves before looking at a bookshelf that seems out of place. Hexa, why do I have the feeling that it's a cliché? He asks as Hexa disintegrates the bookshelf to reveal an hidden passage. Because it is, she says, walking down. Issei groans in annoyance before heading down to investigate further. Reaching the end of the passage, they come across a hidden facility that seems to be a prison/mad scientist's lair. I think we found our proof, Hexa says, pointing at the humanoid skeletons inside the cages. They look deformed, mutated even with enlarged teeth and claws, almost as though they were becoming stray devils. Issei opens 10/F the cages and spots an evil piece on the ground. This is bucked up, he says as Hexa looks at the bones with a sorrowful look on her face. If this is what he did to his pieces, then I'm glad Kuroka killed him, she says as Issei checks the other cells and grabs the pieces and takes a photo of the mutated remains. Checking the pieces, he has all of them bar the bishop and the queen, which confuses him greatly. Kuroka is marked as a bishop, yes? He asks as Hexa realizes what is going on. Where's the queen? She wonders as they continue to search. As they head deeper inside, they see an operating theater with a machine that holds several large syringes with various serums inside. Hexa takes out the syringes and places them in a pocket dimension as further evidence. She turns to Issei, who is looking around for something. We need something concrete as proof to justify what we saw, he says as Hexa crosses her arms. Why? Isn't this enough? She asks as Issei shakes his head. For Surzek and the Devil Kings? Yes. For the Devil Elders in charge of everything? Not likely. They'll make it seem these are fake and then prosecute us, he says before pinching the bridge of his nose. A logbook or something that can't easily be faked is required, he says as Hexa groans, knowing he is right. So, we need to find his office then? She asks as he nods. They continue exploring the abandoned facility before they hear the sounds of crying. What? Crying? Hexa asks, thinking that she's hearing something as Issei gets defensive. Could be a trap, we have no idea what we're dealing with, he says as Hexa readies a few spells, even calling upon Frost to aid in tracking down where the noise came from. The Cerberus picks up a scent and follows it through the facility. They reach a door to find that it is spell warded, so Issei activates the boosted gear. Boost X5 Drake calls out as he kicks the door down. Inside they see the office and a shriek of terror alerts them to a quivering figure in the corner covered by a blanket. Frost sniffs the blanket before whining a little, upset about something before going to Hexa and rubbing her legs with all three heads. Issei slowly heads to the figure and peels off the cover to reveal quite the sight. Hexa and Issei look in shock as they see the girl curl up and bawl in the corner, whining and crying into her own body. Issei notices the chained collar around her neck and the shackles on her arms as Issei looks at the terrified girl. Is she a hellhound? Hexa asks as Issei uses his magic to sense for the queen piece inside of her, and finds it. Not just that, she's the queen, he says as Hexa looks appalled. That explains the chains, oh no, she says as the girl tries to back away from her. Hey, it's okay. We're not here to hurt you, Issei says calmly as she backs away from his hand, the flames pouring out. Her eyes brighten as she gets aggressive. Hey, no need to panic. We're here to save you, he says, subtly using magic to help calm her down. She looks at him before crawling towards him slowly on all fours. She proceeds to sniff him before looking Issei directly in the eyes before hugging him tightly, the chains in her body shaking about with her sudden movement. Hexa goes to the desk and finds an open journal. Issei, look what I found, she says as Issei looks to Essie the journal. Great. Now let's get you out of here, he says as she nods, still refusing to let go. They make their way out as the queen looms at the cages, her ears drooping down upon seeing the skeletons as Issei comforts her. Hexa, call Surzex. We need to talk, he says as she nods. She creates the calm circle as he picks up. Hexa, what is it? He asks, confused when she looks at him with a serious expression. We need to talk. Get the other devil kings, she says as Surzex is taken aback at the response. What is it? He asks, Issei speaking. Easier we explain when we get there, he says, creating a dragon gate. The hellhound looks in awe at the sight Issei walks through with Hexa following shortly after. They arrive outside Surzek's office as Hexa walks in, spotting all the Devil King's Barfalbium. What seems to be the issue? Surzex asks, still confused as Hexa crosses her arms. It's about Kuroka. Take her off the list, she says as they all sigh. We can't just remove her from the stray devil list, she killed her master for no reason, Seraphal states as Issei kicks the door open. Oh, she had a reason. A damn good 1-inch, he says, eyes turn to slits as all attention is on him and the hellhound girl next to him. We did a little digging into what actually happened and found quite the discovery, he says, showing several images of the mutated skeletons in cages and the evil pieces. The Devil King's eyes widen in shock as Hexa reveals the syringes. We enter a hidden facility and find the remains of his former peerage in cells, their skeletons altered into what you see now. We see an operating table with a device containing these serums inside injectors, she says, giving Ajuka the serums and pieces. What about her? Seraphal asks, pointing at the hellhound, as Issei looks down at the scared girl. We found her in his office, terrified. Upon a quick check, we found her to be his former queen. We also found his journal, he says, giving the book to Surzex, who looks through it. Had a quick look myself, and it's horrifying what he did. Kuroka lashed out and killed him the moment he even thought about doing the same to Chiron, since Kuroka was handling the modifications, he says as Surzex and Ajuka hold the urge to vomit. Seraphal was not so lucky. She creates a bin to empty her stomach into as Surzex has to stop reading. This is too many levels of wrong, he says, not wanting to look at the book. I'll have her removed from the stray devil list, to hell what the elders say. Had I known this was happening, I'd have killed him myself, he says as Ajuka looks at the queen. What about her? Is she alright? Asks as Issei shakes her head. After years of isolation, she's reverted to a more animalistic nature. Whatever he did to her didn't help that, he says as Ajuka uses a spell to remove the queen piece before studying her memories. After a few moments he finishes up and sighs. The poor girl's name is lost from the pain and torment she has suffered. I doubt she can return to who she once was even with a god aiding her, he says as Issei look at her as she hugs him, struggling to stand on 2 feet. I'll take care of her, help her adjust to her new life. he says as she looks up at him before smiling, her tail wagging like crazy. She lets out a bark which has a loud, unnatural echo to it which catches them off guard, but they quickly hide that. First though, we'll need a name for her, he says as he notices her fur giving off small embers. Ember, that's your new name, he says as Ember tilts her head to the side, as if thinking about the name. Her tail wags happily as she pounces on Issei, licking his face whilst cuddling him. Easy girl, no need to jump me, he says as Hexa smiles at the interaction. We'll take her back to Vala's place so she can get used to people. We'll keep you updated on her progress, she says as Issei picks her up. They stand next to each other and warp out of the office, back to Vala's estate. Time skip. The morning of the young devil's gathering, Issei is having a lie-in since someone needs to keep an eye on Ember. Everyone took nicely to her, even Chiron, after Issei explained the situation. It also helped that he managed to clear Kuroka's name, so that was a plus. Hexa is accompanying Vala to the meeting, being Issei's eyes and ears for it as he stays with Ember. Speaking of which, she has taken a large liking to Issei to the point of following him everywhere. To the bathroom, training room, bedroom, doesn't matter to Ember. So, Issei is currently sleeping with a half-naked hellhound girl on his chest. Whilst Ember can wear shirts, because of her large tail and digitigrade-style legs she can't really wear anything on her legs, at least she has underwear. Ember nuzzles into his chest, a smile on her face before leaning up and licking Issei across the cheek, which wakes him up. Hey girl, you doing okay? He asks as Ember smiles at him. He then pats her head, scratching her ears as she nuzzles into it. He gets out of bed and heads downstairs to see the others have left for the Gremory estate, meeting up with the others there. Ember appears behind him, no longer having the chains and metal attached to her, so she is quite stealthy for someone her size. He makes her some bacon as she sits and waits for her food. When it's ready, she chows down as Issei grabs himself some waffles. So Ember, what do you want to do? He asks as Ember finishes off her plate. She tilts her head before her ears perk up, the flames leaking from her eyes brightening. She makes some noises as Issei looks at the girl curious. Ember, are you trying to speak? He asks as Ember focuses. Moss Master. She manages to get out, the same effect on her voice that was on her other sounds, as Issei blinks. You can speak? He asks as Ember nods. Master give head pats? She says as Issei sighs before rubbing her hair as she smiles, panting at the touch. Ember, can you say my name? He asks as Ember touches her lip with one of her claws. Master, she says confident as he shakes his head with a smile. No, it's Issei, he says as Ember blinks in confusion. Ah, Issei? Issei, she struggles to say at first but gets the hang of it. Good girl, call me Issei instead of Master, he says as Ember nods. Issei give head pats? She says as he continues. He gets a calm circle as Hexa appears on it smiling at them both. Hi Issei, how you and Ember doing? She asks as Issei smiles. We're fine. Ember's beginning to speak again. It won't be long before she'll manage, I think, he says as Ember smiles at the image. Go on, say it, he encourages as Ember struggles to find the word. Ember, good girl, she goes to say as Hexa looks shocked. Oh Ember, I'm so proud of you. You are a good girl, she says as Ember's tail wags like crazy, sending small pieces of cinder all over the place. Sorry you both shouldn't attend, Vala would have loved to see you here, she says as Issei waves it off. She'll do fine. Besides, with you and the others there you'll make sure nothing bad happens to her, he says as Hexa smiles. I know, but this isn't why I called, she says as Issei raises an eyebrow. It's done. We got a date, she says as Issei look at her. When's it happening? He asks as Hexa smiles. A week before we head back to school, she says as Issei smiles. Got it, guessing the invitations have been sent already, he says as Hexa scoffs. That was done the moment it was announced. I'm just telling you this, after it's done and head home, she says as her eyes turn to slits. We aren't leaving that room until you make it even, she says pointing below her as Issei's eyes gain a gleam in them. Oh, you bet I will, he says as Ember looks confused. The couple returns to normal as Hexa smiles at the two of them. Take care you two. Ember, be nice to Issei, alright? She says as Ember nods. Ember, be good girl, she says, a little more fluently as Hexa smiles, dismissing the communication circle. So, you wanna watch a movie? He asks as Ember tilts her head cutely. Not 20 minutes later, she's lying on the couch with Issei as they watch an old action movie Issei likes. Ember reaches for some more popcorn, taking a pawful and putting it in her mouth as she continues to watch. Her head is resting on Issei's lap whilst he strokes her hair. Issei brushes some hair back as Ember looks up at him with a small smile on her face. You like this? He asks as Ember nods whilst watching the fight scene. As they continue watching and the bowl of popcorn empties, Issei notices as Ember is looking up at him. What is it, Ember? He asks as she sits up, kneeling next to him. Ember give head pats? She asks as Issei chuckles. Alright, go ahead, he says as she forces his head onto her lap, which he didn't expect. Softly, she begins stroking her claws through his hair as Issei tries to remain calm in this situation. Meanwhile, Drake is holding back a laugh as Issei gains a deadpan expression. Now this is unexpected, yet hilarious still, she says as Issei rolls his eyes. So, you're okay with a hellhound doing this to you whilst you have 2 upcoming wives? She asks as Issei sighs. It's harmless, Mom. Not like Ember will take this any further, he tells her as Drake chuckles. We'll see about that. Just case sure that they know it may happen, she says as Issei groans inside his head. Is Issei alright? Ember asks as he nods. I'm fine, Ember, just thinking about something is all, he says as Ember. Issei not one head pats? She asks as he shakes his head. No, it's fine, Ember. You can keep going, he says as Ember smiles, continuing to groom the Red Dragon Emperor as they continue to watch the movie. When the movie ends, Issei sits up to see Ember looking directly into his eye. Something wrong? He asks as Ember hugs him again. Thank you, she says softly as Issei smiles, hugging the poor girl back. It alright. Now why don't we go outside so you can play for a bit? He asks, knowing full well about her playful tendencies. Ember rushes towards the door on all fours, her tail wagging like crazy, whilst Issei jogs over to let her out into the snow.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.